예, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 오늘 국제
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cho Han-bum from KINU. I will be emceeing today's international conference.
오늘 바쁘신 와중에도
We'd like to thank everyone for taking part in today's international conference on new Southern and Northern policy of KINU. In the case of this international conference, under the theme of new Southern and Northern policy and the international order of peace and prosperity, it is composed of two sessions. At present, through the KINU YouTube channel, this conference is being aired live in Korean as well as in English. Until the very end of today's conference, we'd like to ask for your active participation. We now begin the opening ceremony of the International Conference on New Southern and Northern Policy. First of all, the host of today's conference, Yohan Go, the president of KINU, will deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. Thank you all for participating in the New Southern and Northern Policy International Conference hosted by KINU. I would like to thank Executive Vice Chairperson Lee Seok-hyun and Chairperson Jung Hae-gu for your congratulatory remarks despite their busy schedules. The post-Cold War world order has entered a complex and fluid reorganization of cooperation, competition, and conflict due to the full-fledged US-China strategic competition, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the climate crisis. In particular, the need for transboundary cooperation on global issues such as COVID and climate change is growing. It is time for all countries to strive for not only one's progress, but also for the formation of a harmonious world order of peace and prosperity. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, upgraded Korea's status from developing country to developed country for the first time in history in July 2021. The May ROK-US Summit confirmed that the ROK-US relationship is evolving into a global alliance. Korea is leading cutting-edge technologies such as chips and batteries, and the world is fascinated by the Korean wave. It has established its status as a leading country and should aim for a role that suits its status. International cooperation is also essential for resolving the immediate problem of the Korean Peninsula. This is why Korea's external strategy has become more important than ever. The new Southern and Northern policy are both the pillar of prosperity and the pillar of peace of the Moon Jae-in government's new Korean Peninsula system. The Korean Peninsula has inherent geopolitical and geo-economic values as a bridge connecting the continent and the seas. It is important to form a virtuous cycle of peace and prosperity among the countries of the North and the South, centering on the Korean Peninsula. The new Southern and Northern policy are Korean-style global strategies that will contribute to mediating cooperation among Northern and Southern countries. Korea's diplomacy, which has already established its status as a world leader, will be able to expand its economic territory to the Eurasian continent and the Pacific Ocean through the policies. Contribution to the global community has become important as much as Korea's international status has been elevated. This is why the future of Korea as a world-leading country must be a global, inclusive nation that stands with the world. Korea's new southern and northern policy will lead to peace and prosperity on the Korean peninsula, while contributing to peace and prosperity in East Asia and the world. A world order of people-centered peace and prosperity is the future that mankind aims for and the goal of the new policy. I would like to thank the international intellectuals and experts for participating in this international conference. I would like to ask you to share your wisdom and opinion so that today's meeting can become a place of collective intelligence for the new Southern and Northern policy that contribute to world peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, I'd like to invite Seok-Hyun Lee, the Executive Vice Chairman of Peaceful Unification Advisory Council. He will deliver his remarks through a video address.
국제 학술위 개최를 축하드립니다.
I offer my congratulations for today's international conference. I would like to thank KINU for hosting today's conference, and I offer my greetings to all the participants. Peace and prosperity are the key objectives of the new Southern and Northern policy. It would not be prudent for Korea's economy to rely solely on a few superpowers like the US or China. I look forward to sharing the values of peace and achieving co-prosperity with the Southern and Northern countries. I hope that through today's international conference, we can seek the right direction in implementing the key projects, and I'm convinced that the conference will contribute toward creating the necessary consensus both at home and abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Vice Chairperson Lee, for your congratulatory remarks. Next, we invite Jung Hae-woo, Chairperson of the National Research Council of Korea, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a warm hand. Good afternoon. I am Jung Hae-woo, Chairperson of the National Research Council for Economics, Humanities, and Social Sciences. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the hosting of the New Southern and Northern Policy International Conference under the theme of New Southern and Northern Policy and the International Order of Peace and Prosperity. Thank you to President Ko Yoo-hwan of KINU for hosting today's conference, and to Executive Vice Chairperson Lee Seok-Hyun of the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council for your presence despite your busy schedule. I'd also like to thank Vice President Victoria Panova of the Russian Far Eastern Federal University, Vice Director Dean Ouellette of the Institute of Far Eastern Studies at Gyeongnam University, and other experts from home and abroad who are the presenters and discussants today. As is well known, Korea is the country that suffered the most from the past imperialist era and the Cold War. Korea was forced to suffer colonial rule under the Japanese, and after liberation, the global Cold War, centering on the US and the former Soviet Union, intensified, and the two Koreas had to fight a war. And as a result, North and South Korea are still divided and in hostile confrontation even now, more than 70 years after the war. Nevertheless, South Korea has made great efforts to overcome the consequences of the Cold War. First, during the post-Cold War process, Korea improved relations with former socialist countries, and now China has become Korea's largest trading partner. Of course, inter-Korean relations still face confrontation, but South Korea is working hard for peace on the Korean peninsula and inter-Korean dialogue. Efforts to overcome the consequences of the Cold War do not end there. For one, the Moon Jae-in government promoted the new Northern Policy, which is part of an effort to strengthen relations with countries in the North, including Russia and Central Asia, which Korea has not been able to properly strengthen relations with. Furthermore, the new Southern Policy can be seen as an effort by Korea to further strengthen relations with ASEAN and India beyond the US-China hegemonic rivalry. Of course, during the Moon Jae-in administration, the new Southern policy achieved results that were as good as expected, while the new Northern policy did not live up to expectations. In particular, the poor performance of the Northern policy is largely due to lackluster inter-Korean relations, but also due to the lack of mutual efforts by the relevant parties. Nevertheless, the new Southern and Northern policy can be seen as a foreign policy belt that connects the North and the South of the peninsula, which Korea hopes to develop anew for future peace and prosperity while overcoming the consequences of the Cold War. The three P's, namely people, prosperity, and peace, are the values that Korea is pursuing in the new policy. These are values that Korea, which suffered from neighboring powers in the course of modern history, wants to pursue as it leaps forward as an emerging advanced country. It is completely different from the pursuit of hegemony by great powers and are values that regional countries and all mankind must pursue jointly. I hope that today's conference will once again confirm the ideal significance and value of Korea's new Southern and Northern policy and be an opportunity to further strengthen relations among relevant countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for those remarks. We will be jumping into today's conference, the first session, but before that, we will be reorganizing the sittings. So the seminar will start at 2 o'clock, so please wait for a while we organize the settings. We're going to have a photo up.
예, 이 동시 통역이고요. 그 리시버 1번 한국어.
So channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English simultaneous interpretation. So we will now begin the International Conference on New Southern and Northern Policy hosted by KINU. Session 1 is on the topic of near future environment and strategy for New Southern and Northern policy. For those of you who are taking part via online, if you have any questions, please make use of the YouTube chatting window, leave your question, and we will deliver those questions to the chair. Hang Jae-ho is a professor of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, will be chairing session 1, and Professor Hwang has earned his doctorate degree in international relations at LSE, and he has also served as a member of the Presidential Policy Planning Committee, and he has also served as an advisor to the National Defense Ministry, the Seoul Security Dialogue. So he is indeed an expert on this topic. We now invite Professor Hwang. Professor Hwang, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hwang Jae-ho from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I'm extremely honored to be chairing such a prestigious conference. The New Southern and Northern Policy is like the two wings of Korean policies for the future. So it will be contributing to the future peace and prosperity of Korea. The New Southern and Northern policy under the President Moon's administration, it was established in 2010 as a new foreign policy directions. And because of last year's COVID-19 pandemic, as is suffered by many other countries, we are seeing difficulties in the policies front as well. However, because we're shifting toward with Corona system, and as this is the last year of the Moon Jae-in administration, the results and outcome of the New Southern and Northern policy needs to be discussed at this point. And this year's New Southern and Northern policies tasks. There were several rounds of conferences held domestically, but I think this is the only international conference that is being held on this subject this year. So it is indeed a timely event, and we would like to thank KINU and President Koh for holding today's event. The first session is the actually deals with fourth year of research that was conducted by KINU on this subject matter. And so two members of the research team, Ian and Choi Yoon-jung, they are taking part as discussants. And also in relation to this topic, a lot of on-the-field research has been undertaken by Byun Hyun-seok, who is the Deputy Director of the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation, and Professor Choi Kyung-hee from the Seoul National University Asia Center. They will be presenting on the new Southern and Northern policy. And from overseas, Li Kai-sheng, Deputy Director of the Institute of International Relations of Shanghai Academy of Social Science, and also Evi Fitriani, Professor of University of Indonesia, are also joining as discussants. So each of our presenters will be given 20 minutes for their presentation, and afterwards, 4 discussants will deliver their comments. So 10 minutes will be given to each discussant, and there will be about 40 minutes remaining. And so with the panels and with many of the experts on the floor, we will be engaging in a free discussion. So first, with regards to the new Southern policy, presentation will be made by Professor Choi.
It's nice to meet all of you today. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important international conference. It's a very timely conference, and we have selected a very timely theme on the new Southern and Northern policy. Since the NSP was announced in 2017, it is at a very important point that we are reviewing the achievements of the NSP as well as the limitations and what its future vision will be. So that will be the gist of my presentation. This is the title of my presentation. The achievements and prospects of the new Southern policy as Korea's ASEAN regional strategy. But of course, my research, my paper has some limitations. When we say NSP, it has to include both ASEAN and India. But personally, I am a researcher on ASEAN region. And so my presentation will focus mostly on the ASEAN region. But Choi Yoon-jung is an expert in Indian issues. And so she will be stepping in for me on the issue of India. We are in 2021 right now. It is October of 2021. And the new Southern policy, the NSP, and its past progress, I think we need to take some time to look at the past progress. In the morning, there was an NRC meeting, a conference on discussion about the achievements of the NSP. So overall, in Korea, we are taking a lot of time to review the progress of NSP to date, and we are focusing on the need for sustainability in this policy. So we have to look at the progress it has gone through and what achievements there have been and what we need for sustainability. And so the beginning of the NSP was in 2017 with the beginning of the Moon Jae-in government. As you know well, the Moon Jae-in government was born out of the candlelight, the vigil, the protest in Korea. And so there was, of course, a lot of expectations about the new government, incoming government, but of course, it not have any period of transitional committee. But there were many remarkable aspects, such as with the appointment of the President Moon Jae-in, the fact that there was a dispatch of a special envoy on ASEAN was for the first time, it happened for the first time. And so we saw this as a new attempt by the South Korean government to focus on the ASEAN region. And in November of 2017, the new Southern Policy, NSP, was announced after the presidential visit to Indonesia and Vietnam. And in addition to that, in November of 2018, the special committee, the Presidential Committee on NSP, was established. So within a very short span of time, the 3P goals of NSP, which is people, prosperity, and peace, and the 16 core tasks were formed. So within a very short period of time of 1 year, the overall plan was announced. And so there were a lot of expectations about the future implementations of this policy. And in 2019, that was when we had the 30th anniversary of the establishment of ROC-ASEAN relations. And so the Korean president had visited all 10 ASEAN member states. And in November of 2019, in Busan, we had the 2019 ASEAN ROC Commemorative Summit. And what I can remember is that I have never seen so many people be interested in summit. And the motto of the summit was "Summit held together with the public." And there was ASEAN Food Street, ASEAN Week, celebration. And so tens of thousands of citizens of Korea and ASEAN participated in this summit. So it's an event that I cannot forget. So I was really, really excited. And I was really looking forward to a full-fledged development of our relations with ASEAN in 2020. But very unfortunately, the COVID-19 struck in March of the next year. And so the ASEAN-Korea cooperative relationships had to be contracted somewhat. A lot of the progress is made slowed down, and there were a lot of difficulties for us to implement this policy. But despite this difficulty, the bilateral relationship found a new agenda to work on, which is the health and medical cooperation, the fight against COVID-19 efforts. So we were able to provide the experience of K-quarantine to ASEAN countries, provide medical supply support. And so we were able to make a breakthrough in this difficult COVID-19 situation through this health and medical sector cooperation. And so with that turning point, the NSP was developed further into the NSP Plus. So after COVID-19 and that following changes in global community, there was a newer focus on the ASEAN region through the NSP Plus. So in our bilateral relations, what's really important is to have consistency and continuity in the policy. So last year, the NSP Plus and its 7 initiatives were announced. And so these 7 initiatives are very important tasks that we must fulfill in the future. In the existing NSP, they did have 3 Ps, but under NSP Plus, there were more specific middle range concepts that were developed. So there are 4 of them: people-centered, inclusive growth, connected cooperation, and enhanced confidence. So in these 4 concepts, these 4 dimensions, we needed to ensure that we fulfill these promises in our relations with ASEAN. So now I'd like to talk about these 7 initiatives under the NSP Plus. I don't have much time for my presentation, so I will be very brief explaining each initiative. The first is the comprehensive healthcare cooperation in the post-corona or COVID era. In fact, even as I speak, the vaccine rollout is not proceeding very smoothly. And so this is still a very important agenda for our bilateral relations. And having poor medical environment means that establishing a cooperation system in this field is a must, is a need more than any other area. The second initiative is sharing of the Korean type educational model and support of developing human resources. As you know well, Korea's economic development was made possible because of its strong focus on education. And so this Korean type of education model will be shared with ASEAN. So in pursuing the NSP under the Moon Jae-in government, we've had great achievements. So we had the ASEAN, the HEAT program, Higher Education for ASEAN Talents program, was very popular. So many countries and in universities of ASEAN universities, we would invite the professors and the staff at the universities to Korea to provide a lot of capacity building trainings. And also the graduate school students, as well as those students who need jobs, those who need vocational training, we would invite them to Korea to provide a lot of human resources development programs. And the third initiative is to stimulate a two-way cultural exchange. My view is that the 7 initiatives of NSP Plus focuses a lot on the human capital or human resources. It's the same for first, second, third initiatives. For long-term cooperation, we need to focus more on cultural exchanges and raising of awareness. As you know well, the Hallyu or Korean wave is very popular in ASEAN. So it's in Indonesia, Vietnam, also in Thailand and Malaysia. K-pop or Korean wave is very popular. And so establishing a cultural foundation platform is very important. And also having a growth. So for example, President Moon presented the keyword of Hallyu plus halal as a new way for us to go. So that will be important. And also the sports and cultural exchanges should be promoted further. And the fourth is focuses on the prosperity pillar. So the fourth initiative is to establish a mutual and sustainable trade and investment foundation. In fact, Korea, or to ASEAN, Korea has benefited much from ASEAN. However, we mostly export our goods to ASEAN. So we have to ensure that this is going to be a two-way economic cooperation. So technology, science and technology, cooperation, investment promotion are some of the tasks that still remain in which we have to work harder on. Next, the fifth initiative is on developing the infrastructure. So this is for not just the agricultural and fishing villages, but also includes smart city establishment. So cooperating in the field of digital technologies would be important here. And the sixth initiative is to cooperate on future industries. We're talking about fourth industrial revolution. Often we are in a major transition. So under NSP Plus's sixth initiative, we will be collaborating more, should be collaborating more in this area. And the seventh initiative is transnational cooperation to promote safety and peace. So this is again a transnational agenda. So at the P4G summit, we adopted the Seoul Declaration and said that climate change response and carbon reduction, it will be another area for cooperation, as well as natural hazards and disasters responses was included as an important agenda, and also reducing marine trash and expanding collaboration on marine environmental issues. That was included as part of the seventh initiative of the NSP Plus. So seen from that line, so we had a 2017 announcement of NSP and then more specific agenda of NSP Plus development in 2018. But as you know, because of COVID-19, we were not able to fully implement the NSP principles. There were a lot of time limits also. But despite that, we have had much achievements to date. So the first achievement is that the performance index have all been met. This index was submitted when announcing the NSP in 2018. So for example, number of mutual visitors by 2020, the amount of trade between the two regions, the presidential visits to the ASEAN countries, we've all reached those marks. And of course, there's some room for criticism here, but we still consider this as an achievement. But through NSP, there were more economic exchanges that was promoted between the two regions. And we had the ASEAN and India Business Desk or business support platforms established. And the third achievement is that the Korea-Vietnam relationship right now is very close. And with the implementation of NSP, we wanted to overcome our excessive dependence on collaboration with Vietnam. And so the fact that we were able to promote relations more with Indonesia, for example, is another achievement. So we signed a SEPA with Indonesia, and Hyundai Motor concluded investment deal to build a manufacturing factory in Indonesia. And the two countries also signed an MOU to collaborate on Indonesia's capital city relocation, including digitalization projects. And so we've had much progress in our relations with Indonesia. And we also are inviting ASEAN students to study in Korea. And there are many other achievements that we've had. What's really remarkable is that in establishing diplomatic ties, we were able to broaden the foundation for the ties. And so in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, an organization in charge of the ASEAN was established, and the ROC mission to ASEAN has been expanded and reformed, and the Presidential Committee on NSP has been established. And so the plan-based organizational capacity building work was also implemented. And so this is a list of the achievements. And the NSP right now, in terms of this diplomatic aspect, has a lot of implications. The first is that, well, previously we focused on Northeast Asia and Eurasia and other regional policies, but this NSP is the first foreign policy of its kind on the ASEAN. So I think this is a very important meaning or significance of NSP and NSP Plus. And so Korea has declared that it will see ASEAN on par with the four major neighboring countries in the Korean Peninsula. And the second important significance is that, and that will be the second achievement. The third achievement is that this has allowed us to flesh out our middle power diplomacy. Whether we want it or not, we are living the era of great power competition. And so we have to develop a policy or a path that's going to ensure our survival in this difficult situation. And in that process, we'd like to cooperate further with countries that are on similar situations with Korea, that are other middle power countries. And so the ASEAN, which is comprised of 10 small countries, is right now trying to promote its diplomacy at the global level, creating the effects of these middle power countries. And ASEAN is trying to do that amidst the great power competition. And so the position of ASEAN and the AOIP, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, that shows that in fact ASEAN and Korea are on the same position or same situation. And so in the future, this has to be implemented further because it has this great significance. We're talking about the 3 Ps right now. And in the Moon Jae-in administration, we have become a developed country under the Moon Jae-in government. So we have to now act as a developed country in international relations. And part of that is the NSP. And that is because in the future, we have declared a new era of diplomatic values. So we want peace, we want co-prosperity, we want value-based diplomacy, centering on people, and some people call this as humanitarian or humanistic values. But anyhow, with the fact that these values are now being implemented through the NSP will ensure that in the formation of a new world order, Korea can play an important role. What's interesting here is that, as you know, in 1967, ASEAN, when it was formed, has been talking about its own 3Ps. And the last P is progress. But under the current situation, now the ASEAN has formed 3 different communities of political security, economic security, and social cultural community. And so the NSP 3Ps and ASEAN 3Ps are corresponding with each other, are harmonious, can interact harmoniously with each other. And many people are talking about this. The NSP and the NNP will ensure that this will be a new geological or a regional strategy for South Korea with the Korean Peninsula in the middle. And we will be able to set a new territorial path as well as maritime path through the new southern and northern policies. So in that respect, there are a lot of diplomatic significance for the NSPs. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the limits to the policy as well as future direction, but I only have 2 minutes left. In the case of the limits to the policy, we are talking about the 3Ps, but still the focus is too much on the economic sector. Many people are criticizing this, and so we need to take more actions for concrete cooperation in other fields such as political and society and social cultural aspect. And also, we say that we have uplifted the status of ASEAN to that of the 4 major powers, but there are no concrete actions that show this. So in resolving the Korean Peninsula issues, the assistance, the help of ASEAN would be crucial. We have to think about that possibility in the future. The USDPRK being held in Singapore and Hanoi is no coincidence because between ASEAN and North Korea, they have diplomatic ties and diplomatic exchanges. And so they have this mutual cooperation system established, and they also have the ARF, ADMM Plus, and the EAS, which we could utilize. And so if we utilize this strengths that ASEAN has, we can also contribute to improving the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Lastly, I'd like to give some proposals on how this NSP should unfold in the future. What's very important at this point is that, so we have seen what was announced in 2018, and then the NSP Plus being announced later on. And we have made a promise to the ASEAN. And so it's important for us to keep these promises, to carry out these promises. And that will be most important. And another is that, so I'd like to share with you this map. In the NSP, if you look at the previous ROC ASEAN relations, I mean, yes, they've had gradual progress and expansion, but in the last phase of the NSP, new initiatives have been included, one of which is that, well, previously we had the connectivity strategy in our ASEAN policy. So creating a single market, single network that connects all of these countries. And under that connectivity vision, there are 3 sub-regional connectivities or mechanisms. So you know the GMS, Greater Mekong Sub-region, and the IMT-GT. However, the BIMP or BIMP-IAGA plan is less known. That stands, BIMP-IAGA stands for Brunei, Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area. And this was also built back in 1994, but it has not had much progress. And so as the South Korean government expands its NSP, I think it has included this aspect of collaborating more in the coastal areas in the eastward plan, the eastward areas. So if whether it's BIMP-IAGA or practical assistance or practical business plans, I mean, we have to ensure that this collaboration in the eastern coastal area of ASEAN will be implemented, because that's going to play a very important role. And the third important proposal I would like to make is on the infrastructure. So this connectivity strategy of ASEAN refers to all of the different modes of transportation, the digitalization, and the establishment of infrastructure. Korea is saying that we're going to assist this process. But to make that possible, you need to secure enough funding, and that's going to be made possible through a Korea-led multilateral development bank. So in the case of Japan, it has used ADB. China is using AIIB as its source of funding. And I personally think that, well, we are talking about transitioning to a carbon neutral economy and transitioning to a digital and green economy. And so to ensure that this is made possible in the this region, we need to do our own fundraising. Of course, this has been discussed continuously, and the funding issue would be very important. And if we think out of the box, if we think of something like a multilateral development bank led by Korea, I believe that we can secure enough funding for this collaboration. And lastly, it's necessary to raise awareness to further develop the ROC-ASEAN relations. Unfortunately, here in Korea, well, in ASEAN, K-pop or the Korean wave is very popular, but then in Korea, there's not much awareness and understanding about ASEAN. Not much ASEAN culture is being consumed here in Korea. And so we have to ensure that there is more closer collaboration and efforts in order to increase our level of understanding and communication with the ASEAN. So long-term wise, this would be a very important part of the task that we need to fulfill as part of NSP. Thank you very much for your attention. As for what you were not able to mention during your presentation, we do have a discussion session later on, so you can utilize that opportunity.
And now we'll invite Dr. Byun to speak on the topic of New Northern Policy. You will be given 20 minutes. I'm Byun Yeon-suk from the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation. Professor Che talked just now about the new Southern Policy. Along with the Southern Policy, the New Northern Policy forms a key axis of the Moon Jae-in administration's foreign policy. With regards to the new Northern Policy, I will elaborate on the details and also talk about some of the outcomes and the results of the projects that have been pursued up until now. As you are well aware, in the case of the new Northern Policy, President Moon Jae-in in 2017, in September, at Vladivostok in Russia, there's a forum called East Economic Forum, and as an area of cooperation with Russia, 9-bridge cooperation initiative was announced. And so the areas of cooperation with Russia were presented as 9 areas, and based on this, with other northern countries, he intended to expand cooperation. In the new Northern Policy, the countries that are subject to such cooperation is 14 countries. So the former Soviet Union countries, which were 15 countries, 3 Baltic countries, excluding the 3 Baltic countries, the rest, 12 countries, Mongolia, and including the 3 northern provinces. So 14 countries are subject to the cooperation under the new Northern Policy. In undertaking this policy, we have created this body called the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation, to which I belong. So in our committee, the new Northern Policy, we serve as a control tower of the Northern Policy. So for each relevant government ministry and also with local governments and with research institutes. So we engage in cooperation to undertake, identify cooperation projects, and we also monitor the progress of these projects. So President Moon mentioned these 9 cooperation projects with Russia. But aside from that, with the remaining 14 countries, there are other projects for cooperation. So in 2018, in June, just a year after the launching of the Moon administration, through an overall pan-governmental meeting, we have created a vision of a northern community, and we have announced a detailed task and national policy task. And so overall, 63 detailed tasks were announced. I'm not going to go into each and every detail, but please refer to this table. It looks rather complicated. So similar to the Southern policy, there's 3P, people, peace and prosperity. Under this principle, we have 16 major implementation tasks. So all of the existing projects were reclassified onto this 16 major implementation tasks, and the key tasks are healthcare, and then cooperation in culture, and expanding human association, and creating a financial innovation platform, and green cooperation and industry cooperation, and integrate network establishment, and tailored cooperation in the business area. So for each area, there's about 70 tasks, and there's about 130 national policy tasks. So we are monitoring all of them. And each and every one of these 139 policy tasks, I will not be able to go into each and every one of them, but I will be giving you an overview of the major areas. In the case of the healthcare cooperation area, as you're well aware, because of the COVID-19 pandemic in the Northeast Asia, healthcare related cooperation mechanism in this region was proposed by President Moon. And so US, China, Russia, Japan, and Mongolia and Korea. So this is a consultative body that involves these 6 countries. And so we can reserve collectively medical supplies or develop education and training programs in order to enhance our collective ability to respond to infectious diseases. And so we are going to continue to develop this area. And with regard to the more specific projects, Seoul National University's Pundang Hospital, or in the Buara of Uzbekistan, Himchan hospitals have entered into this area. And so locally, these Korean hospitals have established their branches. And in case of Uzbekistan, the National Children Hospital was built through our ODA assistance program. In the case of Russia, among the OECD countries, if you're an OECD country, a physician, then your medical license is recognized in Russia. So that is the basis upon which Pundang Hospital is trying to enter into Russia. And also in the Yeoneju, Vladivostok medical cluster is being planned by the Russian government. But because the federal law has not been revised as of yet, the Busan National University Hospital and Himcheon Hospital, they have the intention to enter into this area, but the process is being delayed because of legislative issues. And also, based on the high-quality ICT technology that Korea has, the e-health, the remote health services, is being provided on a pilot basis. In the case of Russia or Uzbekistan, these countries, because they have a vast territory, but the population density is rather low, and so they do allow for remote medical services to be provided. And so using this as an opportunity, the Korean hospitals and the local hospitals are cooperating to provide remote medical services. And also cultural exchanges. Well, in the case of Central Asia, the Korean people, there are many Korean people who remain in the Central Asian region, especially the independence fighters. Their descendants. They still, and the remains of these independence fighters are still there locally, and on the Liberation Day, the president of Kazakhstan visited South Korea. He brought the remains of Admiral Bom Do-hong, a very famous independence fighter in Korea. And in Uzbekistan, Afrasiyab, starting from the Korea area through the Silk Road, with the Central Asian countries, exchanges have been undertaken. There are evidence of that still remaining. So Korea, subject of the king had visited, and there are, cultural heritages that attest to this. And so we are engaging in excavating these cultural heritages. And last year, was the 30th anniversary of establishing diplomatic ties with Russia and Mongolia. And so we're going to use this as an opportunity to promote further closer relationship with these countries. And also, we are expanding Korean education system in these countries. So as of 2021, there's 42 Sejong institutes that teach Korean, and we are expanding the Korean classes in the local elementary and middle schools. So in 2016, it was 149 schools that had these Korean classes, but in 2029, the number increased to 200. So the northern region and countries have a very great interest in providing Korean education and Korean language-related classes. And Inha and Puchon University have all entered into some of these countries. Third area is cooperation in agriculture and fisheries. In the case of Yeonheju, the maritime province of Russia, so there are many agriculture-related Korean companies that have entered into this area. In the case of Yeonheju, the maritime province of Russia, it is close. It is in close proximity to Korea. So the agricultural produce that is produced there, when it is imported to Korea, they're all organic food, basically, and they're all non-GMO, and so they're very popular in Korea. But in the case of Mongolia, but in the case of import taxes, it's very high. Sometimes the tariff is as high as 400%. And so special privileges for a certain size, we need to introduce perhaps special privileges so that the locally produced agricultural produce can be imported at a cheaper price to Korea. And in Uzbekistan, there is agricultural machinery center, and the smart farms are also created in order to disseminate the agricultural technology of Korea. And the northern countries, that they have a cold climate, and so the cold resistant seed potatoes and onions were developed and are being produced. So these kind of projects are being undertaken. And creating a platform in finance, trade, and innovation. As you're well aware, as is true for New Southern policy, one of the key obstacles for our country companies to enter into foreign countries, financial access is a key problem. And so many consultations are underway in order to ease the burden of entering into these countries by the creation of financial funds. So there are a number of such financial incentives, and we are making the effort to fully leverage these vehicles. And with regard to trade, in the northern region, well, In terms of education, we are seeing a lot of profit, and the products that we export in those countries is because of the import substitution policy in those countries. It actually clashes with those policies. So they do not want to open up the markets in these areas. So excluding products, we are undertaking to conclude an FTA on investment and services first. And when this FTA is concluded, we'll move on to the goods and products. And so EAU, Mongolia, and Georgia will continue to expand such trade agreements. So as a platform for this, the KTNET e-trade platform and facilitating e-commerce online platform. These will be used in order to facilitate the entry of our Korean SMEs into these countries. And there is the innovation platform. The Russia's high quality ICT technology will be converged with our commercialization technology of Korea to produce goods. And the innovation center has already opened up in Songdo city of Incheon. And in the digital and green cooperation, in the case of the e-government area of Korea, we're really top-notch in the world. So these perhaps electronic customs clearance system, customs administration, modernization, and the ICT Information Access Center, these are being disseminated and transferred to these northern countries. With regard to green area, in the case of northern countries, it's very often that they lack water, and the river passes through different countries, and so water resource management is critical for these countries. And water resource management and ICT-based water management, and in these countries, because of the vast territory, they do not have concrete plans of effectively using, the waste. They had no structured way of managing the waste, and so waste management related projects are underway in these countries. And many northern countries, as I've said, they have issues with water, and also they're suffering from desertification, and we are providing a lot of support to prevent desertification. And with regards to industrial infrastructure, in the case of Russian shipbuilding yards, all of the three Korean shipbuilders have entered into Russia. So modernizing shipbuilding plants and jointly constructing vessels, and also to export marine equipment. We have established Korea-Russia Marine Equipment Center to provide the necessary support, and also to secure the necessary foothold to allow the entry of Korean companies into these areas. In the Yeonjeju area, industrial complex that tailored to the needs of Korean companies is being built, and also a demonstration zone for cooperation between China and ROK is being built in the area as well. This is in China. With regards to integrated network, railways cooperation, OSJP, this is an organization for cooperation of railways. In the past, we were not able to become a member of this organization because of the opposition of North Korea. But during the period of reconciliation between the two Koreas, we have been able to become a member of OSJD. And so with regards to railway transportation, we are engaged in a number of different initiatives, and also super grid in Russia and gas linkage projects, gas line linkage projects. These areas are subject to co-research by the two countries of RK and Russia. And in responding to climate change, to deal with the changes in the North Pole route, we are cooperating with Russia and the North Pole Board of Governors. Russia is the chairing country for 2 years in this organization. And so many different activities will be undertaken between the two countries at the North Pole. And with regards to unilateral and region-specific cooperation in the water areas of Russia, trilateral cooperation of South Korea, North Korea, Russia, and the Greater Two-Men Initiative, GTI-related cooperation is being pursued. And with Russia, the Nine-Bridge cooperation through such initiative for each different region areas, we are undertaking cooperative projects, especially in last October. There was 9 cooperation areas. They were all related to infrastructure and hardware. And so tourism and innovative platforms and healthcare, these areas were added on to the existing infrastructure related portfolio. In the case of Central Asia and Mongolia, these countries have very strong ties with South Korea in terms of culture. And so we're going to leverage those ties. Especially, there is a forum called Korea Central Asia Cooperation Forum. This was at the vice ministerial level, but starting from last year, this has been elevated to the ministerial level. And the other CIS countries, through the ODA projects, many different projects are being undertaken. So the key projects are at Yeonjeju, the maritime province of Russia. There's a Russian special economic zone. Within that zone, 50-hectare sized industrial complex that is tailored for the Korean companies that is currently being constructed. And in September of this year, we had planned on a groundbreaking ceremony, but because of several reasons, it was delayed. But we do believe that in the near future, we will be able to have this groundbreaking ceremony. And in Changchun, in this area as well, we are planning on creating an industrial complex for the Korean companies. But however, further consultations is required for this zone. It's not at a very concrete stage. In order for Korean companies to enter into this area, the 3 provinces of the northeastern area, they would like to obtain more benefits from Korean government. So consultations and discussions are underway. And the fund to support the entry of Korean companies, the fund is also subject to discussion, and the Nine-Bridge Cooperation Initiative, culture, innovative platform, and tourism. So, in September of last year, version 2 of the Nine-Bridge Cooperation Initiative is being reviewed, and so we are trying to make sure that concrete outcome is produced from this cooperative efforts. And with regards to the East Asia Railway Cooperation, during the Liberation Day speech, President Moon talked about the need to use railways as a medium for further cooperation among the countries in this region. So 7 countries will take part in this railway cooperation. And in December of this year, there will be a National Assembly forum, or actually international forum on this subject. And in November, there will be a northern forum. The northern countries will take part in this forum and talk about the means of furthering our cooperation. And also, the implementation tasks and evaluation of the outcome. Well, I'm in a difficult position to do this because I'm currently the person responsible for these matters. But if you provide any feedback or comments on these subjects, I will do my best to answer them. Thank you.
It's time for us to have the discussion. We have 4 discussants with us, and we will proceed in the order that is in the program. We'd like to begin with Professor Evi Fitriani of University of Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to participate in this very important discussion. I have been asked to respond to Professor Kyung-hee Choi paper on achieving on achievement and prospect of the new Southern policy as Republic of Korea's Grand Regional Strategy. I enjoy reading the paper, and I have some comments to be put forward for this opportunity. Professor Choi paper addressed several key points in the Korea New Southern Policy, and especially she highlights the content, and then the achievement, the limitation, and some suggestion for future better result in the future. I mostly agree with Professor Choi suggestion. Nevertheless, I have some points to be made in this opportunity. But I would like to also acknowledge the firm or the clear framework that Professor Choi put in the paper, because the paper focused very much on the content and achievement. And the achievement, she showed some of the points that usually is not seen by general public, and especially people be outside of the one who deal with North Korean, new South Korean policy. So it is the data and points there is very much valid. Regarding Professor Choi criticism on the limit of the new Southern policy, I think I share her concern. Number one, especially, it is still heavily focused on economics. The policy is supposed to enhance, booster more relation between ASEAN and Korean people and the countries. But it seems like that the focus or the emphasis is still very much on the economic side. Yes, the theme is people, prosperity, and peace. But I have seen the focus on the prosperity has been so high, overwhelmed, whereas the three initiative on the health, on the human capital development, and also on the two-way cultural exchange, yes, it is there. But how much weight actually it has been put? Looking the policy and the implementation of the policy so far from Indonesia, from Southeast Asia, I can put some point. First, the domination of economic focus has been so overwhelmed. It's looked like the new Southern policy seems to people like me that this policy mainly focus on the enhancements Korean business in ASEAN countries. So economic relation to facilitate Korean companies or industries. And also it's so quite elitist, because usually it will deal with big companies, some part only on the government levels, or some small part of the ASEAN community. It's not very much known or seen or even felt by general public. Whereas the initiative under people, especially I very much like these three initiatives on the health, on the education, and on the cultural relations. And also, I think initiative number six under the peace, about the cooperation, further cooperation, it's not so fleshed out. My question is there any different emphasis of those three initiatives? looking at from the Southeast Asia, it looks to me there is a different emphasis on those 3 and 7 initiatives across those 3 themes. So maybe this is the one that can be enhanced in the future. Another point I would like to make is Korean New Southern Policy is not so visible in the eyes of general public in ASEAN countries. It's rarely on the news. It's rarely talk. Scholar like me doing international relations know about this one, and my student, they must know. But beyond people who are dealing with this, beyond scholars like me or maybe diplomats and also some business people, not many people know about Korean New Southern Policy. So it's so invisible in the eyes of general public. That's some the comments that I can reflect on the paper and what I have seen my empirical experience in Southeast Asia. Putting this in a perspective, actually ASEAN countries have high hopes on ASEAN-Korean relations, and the opportunity given by the new Southern Policy by President Moon is actually a golden opportunity to enhance the relation, because for Korea is special for ASEAN. First, because Korea developed from the same level of ASEAN before. 1960, Korea is more or less in the same level with Indonesia. But now, look at now, Korea has been so advanced, and Indonesia not so advanced. Malaysia not so advanced. Philippines not so advanced. So many other ASEAN countries actually can learn more from the experience of Korea, because Korea grew from at least more or less the same level from ASEAN countries. So this is very relevant to learn. The second, Korean is not threatening partners for ASEAN. It's different with other big countries like the United States, China, or even Japan, because Korean, with the title middle power, is more closer to the status of ASEAN that includes small and medium countries. So we don't feel intimidated, being intimidated by Korean. We didn't feel threatened by Korean. We feel as a friends. So this is actually a good position for cooperation. So new Southern Policy actually should be able to enhance this kind of hopes and good environment or good perception of ASEAN country toward Korea to be a better program and with a better outcomes. Now, in the last part of my comment, I would like to suggest some recommendation. I agree with Dr. Choi that continuing policy on ASEAN focus is a good strategy for Korea, because ASEAN and Korea can do more. So it is important in the future this relation can be enhanced. And that I also agree with her that cooperation in other area and to improve the awareness of ASEAN Korea is important. But I would like to suggest a more focus and emphasis on the people. The initiative on the people is already good, but it needs more emphasis. It is more maybe attention, serious attention by Korean if it is to be put as a hallmark of your foreign policy. One program that I can suggest under these people is a more integrated program on human capital development. Actually, the one already explained by Professor Choi already have that point, but I don't think it is so integrated. As I said, there is not much known about this. There is not much known about this program on the people, the development of people. I think it is time to have more emphasis on the human capital development in ASEAN in this new southern policy, because in the future, relation between ASEAN and Korea is very much on this. The more develop the relation between the people, is better. Relation with the business, relation with the in the academic sense will continue after that, naturally. But the engagement between people should be put as the foundation, not the way around. So foundation, if we could nurture more trust, so cooperation and future economic opportunity will develop. So this is the logic behind that. And most of ASEAN countries need future human capital development. And this is where actually Korea can enter. Again, you already have some program, but what I mean is a more integrative, more serious, and more significant program on this. And the second, it should also focus to the young people, because they will be the future. And we have seen actually potential is very big. In Indonesia, Korean BTS, Korean pop culture is very famous. So there have been actually soft power of Korean in ASEAN countries. So what ASEAN need is to use this soft power to engage more with young people in ASEAN to create future opportunity. So it's not only ASEAN youth become the consumer of BTS, but how can this K-pop can also stimulate, motivate young people in ASEAN to develop maybe as together with young people from Korea, because in the future they will be the backbone of the relation between ASEAN and Korea. And the focus on the education is just right, because this is where it should be. But again, it needs more emphasis, need more serious talk, and more integrative plan. So both both ASEAN country and Korean can benefit it in the future. I would like to stop my comment here, and I'm happy if we can discuss furthermore about this topic. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다, 에비 교수님. 아주 애정어린 제언들 많이 해주셨습니다.
Thank you,
다음은
Professor Evie, for your good comments. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Choi Yun-jung.
Good afternoon. I'm Choi Yun-jung from the Sejong Institute. So today's international conference on New Southern and Northern policy, I would like to thank President Ko and also Dr. Jo Han-bum from KINU, and also all the staff of KINU. I'd like to express my deep-felt gratitude for hosting today's event. So the theme of session 1 is a near future environment and strategy. So I'm going to speak mostly about New Southern policy. So the theme is near future environment and strategy for New Southern and Northern policy. The results of the New Southern policy up until now has been explained in detail by Dr. Che. So we are lacking in terms of India, and she's told me to elaborate further on the Indian aspect. And because I am the second discussant, and because it's an academic center, rather than talking about the past achievements of the New Southern policy, how we should change this policy, and about the direction of such change and the challenges that we face. So let me be rather provocative.
So let's look at the overall environment first. So NSP and its position in Korea's diplomacy. We have to review that first. So we've had a successful 4 years of operations, and there has been some change in the international order that required an upgrade to our policy. So establishing a new regional order, that is the demand of the times right now. Whether we participate in the new order or to participate in building this new order, that is the new requirement of the times. And so we are seeing the strengthening or worsening of the US-China rivalry, and China-Russia relations are being strengthened also. There was a formal agreement to extend the agreement between the two countries recently, for example. So this new rising powers, to respond to this situation, the allies now will be given more responsibility. That is the new policy of the US. And the new announcement from Quad recently was part of that. So under the new environment, our NSP, what is the response of this? NSP includes India and ASEAN also. So India expressed a lot of dissatisfaction or disappointment, and Australia also is talking about upgrading relations, but the AUKUS was announced without any prior consultations. However, the initial shocks have been overcome. And so right now, it's an issue of timing, but as it is in the Quad, the ASEAN will be setting its position on the AUKUS and making a formal announcement. And so the regional order is changing right now. And ASEAN, what is the position of ASEAN right now? So on the change in this regional order, the ASEAN has announced the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And so it is now made a formal announcement of how it's going to respond. And what it is doing as we speak is, so how are we going to cooperate with India, for example, also with Australia, and also with Japan? What kinds of new strategies are we going to develop in our relations with these other countries? So they are doing internal agenda adjustments right now. And of course, yes, NSP does have a lot of achievements, but as was discussed by Professor Evi Fitriani right now, the NSP is still not very visible, or you can say that it's invisible, in fact, among the ASEAN public. And there are many reasons behind it. One of which is that ASEAN right now is faced with a lot of internal and external challenges, but where is Korea? It's difficult to find the role of Korea in this situation of ASEAN. So in this situation, ASEAN and other southern countries such as India, I mean, the efforts of these countries to present a new vision to contribute to a new regional order, I think that is the new focus. That should be the new focus of strategy development for ASEAN. So on this topic, within ASEAN and India, the policymakers, the scholars are engaged in a lot of discussions. And they're saying that, as Choi Kyung-hee talked about ASEAN mostly, but there are limitations inherent in NSP. The fact that we did not deal enough with India, and that's one of the limitations of the new Southern policy. But of course, ASEAN is not satisfied with this limitation. ASEAN is hoping that the NSP will have a joint vision and a foundation for ASEAN and India to cooperate together and be developed into a strategy or a policy that is on par with the middle power status that Korea is enjoying right now. So what we've heard is that there is a demand from inside of NSP region, but there's also an external demand also. The US and other neighboring countries right now, some people are saying that the NSP can be the foundation for Korea's regional strategy development. And we can see that such efforts are taking place. Most recently, what we took note of is in the May ROC US summit, the two sides have said that they share in the strategy, regional strategy, and that the alliance will play a regional role. And with EU and Australia also, they have announced their own perspectives, guidelines on the Indo-Pacific region. So we've seen the series of such announcements. So how can ASEAN cooperate with Korea? What is the vision and strategy of Korea for the ASEAN region? What kinds of specific cooperation will be possible? So there is that discussion, ongoing discussion right now. So the NSP of South Korea, for it being, there are internal external demands for it to be developed into an Indo-Pacific strategy. So if that is the case, how should the NSP be developed further to meet this expectation? Professor Che gave a lot of good suggestions on the future development, and Professor Evie also, I agree with many of the points that she has mentioned. In fact, Korea, based on the Korean wave, as you know, recently in Netflix, the Squid Game was been sold to 80 countries, being broadcast in 80 countries around the world. And on this day, we heard that in India also, it is the top Korean drama, soap opera, most popular one. So these kinds of OTTs based cultural consumption is going on and spreading throughout the ASEAN region, including India. And the level of the positive image that the region has about South Korea is going up also. So Korea can be a very peaceful partner for India. And also from the ruins of war, Korea was able to successfully grow economically and have a miracle of the economy in a very short span of time. And so Korea can be a good partner for collaboration with any country that is in any level of economic development. So it can be a very customized partner for economic cooperation according to the assessment. In EU and Australia, they are asking Korea in what areas they can collaborate. So what I heard is that, well, EU and Australia, they can be very good partners for Korea because EU, Australia, and also India, they would like to form a regional mechanism or regional forum that does not exclude China, which can present a favorable position to South Korea as well. So why is it that they are reaching out to South Korea? Well, there are many things to learn from the NSP, particularly they highly regard the soft power of South Korea and how they were able to pursue collaboration with a lot of the ASEAN countries and the establishment of business networks with these countries. They're very much interested in these experiences and capacity that South Korea has. And so they are saying that Korea can become a good partner for implementation of such plans. And so the NSP developing into an Indo-Pacific strategy. And this will require some areas of cooperation between Korea and these different regional powers. And so we can find clues from these recent attempts. And more recently, there was a conference that caught our attention, which was held on September 24. And before that, there was the General Assembly at the UN. But to the White House, the Quad leaders had been invited. So they had a face-to-face meeting for the first time. And this meeting is very important because in March, during the first Quad meeting, it was an online event. And at that time, the FOIP-based agenda that the US wants. So that was mostly what was discussed. But from from March onwards, the agenda had shifted a little bit to reflect the opinions of other Quad member states. And during the September meeting, they promised to work very pragmatically and in substantial manner. And so there was a shift in the agenda. Now let me add the India aspect to this development. So with regards to what they will be collaborating on, the first aspect is, as was mentioned earlier, the NSP to become an Indo-Pacific strategy would require that there are a lot of demand from internal and external demand. So there's the EU and Australia and other partner countries announcing their own plans, and our NSP has to be in line or at least be harmonious with these plans by other countries. And second aspect is that for this target region to develop together, we need to have a partnership that would allow collaboration on finding solutions to the regional problems. And so that is another demand and so the project that was announced earlier, well, I'd like to share with you just a few points about that project. So the NSP regions right now, they have to have industrialization and digitalization work. So they need to secure their infrastructure, and also they have to that will allow them to overcome the current limitations and have fast economic growth. So partnership is needed for this. And digitalization, climate change response would be another area for cooperation. And Professor Evie did mention this earlier, but human capital development is another area. Having an integrated approach in providing programs for this human capital and the focus on the young people, the youth, would be very important as well. Globally right now, we are seeing the emergence of the MZ generation, and they focus most of the MZ generation is in ASEAN and in India. And so about 1/4 of the MZ population of the world, they are in this NSP region. So how are we going to connect? How are Koreans going to connect with these MZ generation? We have the Korean wave. And another characteristic that they have is that they are digital natives. And so they use SNS in their daily lives. And this generation are able to connect directly online with the Korean MZ generations, and they can think about their plans for the future. So providing this generation with this digital platform that will enable such collaboration would be very important. So we have endless possibilities in terms of the areas that we can cooperate on. And the second aspect is that the partner countries' demand should be the foundation of our collaboration. Before I conclude, I'd like to mention about India briefly. So I mentioned that the Quad meeting was important, and there are two reasons behind this importance. In 2014, there was a tsunami, and so Quad was a loose form of collaboration or mechanism that began to fight the tsunami. But then with the establishment of the Biden administration and with the recent September summit, there are two important characteristics that it has had. First is that it is trying to identify and develop a lot of pragmatic agenda. And so that is one of the characteristics. And the second aspect is that it has bigger representation, but in both agenda, India is playing a very important role in terms of the pragmatic agenda. Well, when there was a discussion about Quad, and there was a lot of controversy or discussion about whether India would participate. And so there were some criticisms that India is actually a stumbling block to Quad development, but there was the Shangri-La meeting, and there was discussion and they emphasized the need for inclusivity in the Quad development. And so India's role had to do with inclusiveness. And secondly, there was some agenda put forth by India at the Quad. So Quad vaccine partnership is one of them. And that was first released in March. And at the September meeting, there were a lot of specific discussions on the partnership development. And as for the details, it includes the low-income families in the Indo-Pacific region. The 1.2 billion shots vaccines would be provided to them. And so this vaccines will be manufactured in India, and Japan and Australia would provide the financial funding. With regards to infrastructure, what the G7 announced is that the 3Ws to build a better world. And so Quad Infrastructure Adjustment Group was established for this work. And they have a guideline which says it's different from One Belt, One Road. And so our Quad Infrastructure Adjustment Group is based on the demand from our partners, and it's based on transparency, and it supports high quality infrastructure, and other principles were announced. And aside from that, for climate change response, the green human network and clean hydrogen network establishment was announced. And for capacity building, 25 science and technology talents will be selected from each of the member countries and will be able to study in the graduate courses in the US. So they have very specific agenda that have been developed. So if that's the case, well, I will have to conclude, but I'd like to conclude with 2 points. First is that in the India-Pacific regional strategy to be developed, the NSP will have to expand the proportion of India for it to become a successful Indo-Pacific strategy. And secondly, is that this NSP region, for the NSP to become strategic regions, we have to focus not just on ASEAN, not just in India, but also develop a joint agenda and plans with all of the regional countries. So we need to have this network building efforts put in place. So ASEAN and Korea, India and Korea, rather than just having this bilateral collaboration, we have to ensure that ASEAN, India, Korea, as well as all other interested regional parties participate in the building of the network. With this, I will conclude my discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to invite Li Kai-sheng, Deputy Director of Institute of International Relations from Shanghai Academy of Social Science. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Huang.
네,
I'm
황
so
교수님
honored
감사합니다.
to be here. And so thanks the invitation from the KINU and from Professor Huang. In this session, I think the presentations of two speakers are so very comprehensive, and they demonstrated the achievements, development, and the limits of the NMP and NSP. So they're very, very wonderful presentations. In my understanding, NMP and NSP, both of them, these two policies are so important, in Korea's foreign affairs. But unfortunately, in China, I have to tell you, very less attention in academia, very less attention was paid on this area. For example, about 2 days ago, I made a research, academic research in CNKI. CNKI, some people may know, CNKI is the most comprehensive gateway, a platform of Chinese knowledge, and it is including almost every academic journals and papers. So in this platform, I found there are only 12 articles on NMP, only 12. Maybe from 2017 to now, only 12 articles about NMP, and only 6 articles on NSP. Only 6 China, Korea is a very, very hot spot in Chinese academy. So about the other issues about South Korea, research too. When I search the articles, I mean with the keywords South Korea US relations options.
한중 관계가 좀
There are
불안정한
so
것 같습니다.
many the issue, the articles about NP and NSP. They are so nice in academia. So I think this is very interesting academic.
So there are some technical issues.
Can you hear me now? So sorry. Just now, and maybe my internet connection is so bad. So, and firstly, I want to address there is very less attention paid on this issue. This is unfortunately, but I think why. I have two reasons to explain. I think firstly, in China, in Chinese academia, and many scholars they don't believe these two policies, NP and NSP. They don't believe these two policies are so important to South Korea, because in regional affairs, actually South Korea has so many challenges, especially in security field. For example, North Korean nuclear issue, and now some speakers mentioned another challenges. It is the growing competition between China and the US. So I think issues are so important for South Korea, and especially for Chinese scholars to study the Korean affairs. I think these security-related issues are so important to their studies. So I think this is the first reason. I think the second reason is that from Chinese perspective, it is so hard to find a very specific, very visible results from these two policies. Of course, in the presentations of two speakers, actually in these two presentations, and there are so many specific achievements, there are so many specific benefits. But I think all of this, most of them, they happened in the bilateral level. I mean, between Korea and ASEAN, between China, between Korea and Russia, and I think this benefits, these results, they are happened. Most of them in the bilateral levels, but in regional level, I think other countries, including China, maybe they feel so less. They feel so less about these two policies. So I think this is the second reason why Chinese scholars has paid so less attention to these studies. But of course, I think, in my opinions, these two policies, they are so important for Korea. Actually, I think these two policies, NP and NSP, they are plans prepared by South Korea for its future. Why I say that? Because South Korea is a middle power, and South Korea is one member of MICTA. MICTA is a coalition of middle powers, including Mexico, India, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. So South Korea is a one member of this coalition, but I think, I think South Korea maybe is only one. I mean, among these middle powers, South Korea is only one facing a very serious security challenges, but it doesn't mean South Korea and it has to put all of its resources on security issues. If South Korea want to have a bright future, and it has to have its own economic strategy, it has to have its grand strategy, including economic one, including people to people, including other fields. So I think, especially, I think for South Korea, Russia, ASEAN, India, Central Asia, I think all of them are very important partner for it. But currently, maybe everyone knows the foreign posture, the foreign affairs of South Korea is very seriously unbalanced. Why I say that? Why I used a keyword unbalanced? Because in security, South Korea is so independent on the US, very dependent on the US. Economically, of course, South Korea is dependent on China. South Korea has another neighbor, Japan. But I think for South Korea, it does not to depend on Japan in both sides, security and economic fields. So I think for South Korea, if South Korea want to have a bright future, it has to expand its relations with other neighbors, with other powers, including Russia, including ASEAN, including India. So I think NNP and NSP, these two plans, they are plans for the future for South Korea. Especially Russia. Russia is a bigger player, not only in geopolitically, but I think even in geo-economically, especially in Northeast Asia. Now Russia is trying to develop its Far East region. Of course, it is not so easy to do that because of so many challenges. But I think for the future, this is a very potential cooperation, very potential cooperation opportunity for all concerned parties, including South Korea. ASEAN is a very economically active, dynamic region, including India, Indonesia, including Singapore, Vietnam. This is a region with a big land and big islands, with a big population and a big market. So I think it is so important for the South Korean's future. So I totally agree. These two plans, these two policies are so important for South Korea. Of course, for have a better implementation of these two policies, I think maybe we need to draw our attention to some extent, to the traditional challenges in security, in political fields. For example, we need to address the challenges from the fragile geopolitical and security situation in Korean Peninsula. If we have no development, if we have no progress in these issues, be frankly, maybe it is so hard to achieve the very great progress in NNP and in NSP, because in recent years, and of course now there is a very fragile peace between the North and the South, and but the problem is still there. And a great deal of diplomatic resources for South Korea actually it has costed so many diplomatic resources on these security issues. So if no settlement on this of these issues, at least if no good management of these challenges, it is so hard for South Korea to put enough attention to carry out its NMP and NSP. So I think this is the first reason. And the second reason is that under this environment, under this geopolitical situation, for South Korea, it is so hard to play a very independent and very powerful role in regional affairs, including implementing the NMP and NSP policies. Why I say that? Because now South Korea has an ally of the US, and the US is a security guarantee for South Korea. This is reality. This is reality. So achieve its security, be frankly, the South Korea, it is not hard to play a very independent and very powerful role in regional affairs. I know South Korean people, they don't like the idea of China is a bigger brother, South Korea is a little brother. Yes, I totally agree with that. I think China and South Korea should not be a little brother of anybody, anyone, any country. But in reality, but this ally actually, because of the security reason and in so many issues, to some extent, South Korea has to, give up some independence in foreign affairs for achieving, for having the support from the US. So I think this international status has decreased the future of the NMP and NSP So this is the second reason why I address the importance to resolving the security issue, even in the regarding of implementing NMP and NSP policies. And the last reason I think is the side effects of this instability situation in Korean Peninsula. Because, for example, I remember in one of presentations previously, one speaker mentioned the East Asia Railway Community. I think one precondition to achieve that community is to have a very peaceful, very integrated region, very peaceful, very great integrated Korean Peninsula. But if there is a conflict between the North and the South, how it is possible to achieve that? So I think if we could not manage the Korean Peninsula in security affairs, I think it is so hard to achieve a very successful NMP policies. So I think this is why I paid the attention to the security issues. But anyway, I think for South Korea, it is not one day or someday to resolve these security challenges, but we still have to push up these two policies, NMP and NSP. So how to do that? Here is my recommendation is that maybe China, South Korea, and China could cooperate. Because I think for China, Russia, ASEAN, they are very important economic partner for China. And in these regions, I think South Korea and China, these two partners, actually, they have different advantages. For example, in ASEAN, South Korea has a Korean wave. Its soft power is so good. And economically, now China's economic influence is increasing in this region, in ASEAN. So these two countries has different advantages. They could help each other. So this is number one reason. The second reason is that important is that our two countries have.
开声，一分钟，一分钟。
Oh, so sorry. Okay, I will finish my comment right now. And our two countries, South Korea and China, share the common interest, some country interest. I think East Asia regional cooperation is a very important task for regional countries. And South Korea is a leading country in this regard. And China is a very big important of this task. So I think these two countries could cooperate. And one of cooperation is in these two policies, especially combined with Chinese BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. So I think these two Chinese BRI and Korea's NMP and NSP could work together and benefit the whole region. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
예, 감사합니다. 외국 전문가분들께서 어떻게 그 신북 방식
Thank you very much. So we have listened to the foreign scholars and their view on NSP and NNP. So I've given them a little bit more time. But it seems that our discussants came really well prepared. It's like they've prepared a whole different presentation for their discussion. And so it's taking more time than expected. But anyhow, I will give Professor Lee Hyun-tae a very important task, which is to keep your discussion to 10 minutes. And then we will have about 8 minutes remaining. I will give the speakers about 2 minutes each, and then we will conclude. Professor Lee?
Professor Hwang, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Yeon Tae from the Incheon University. I would like to thank the KINU for inviting me today, and also Professor Hwang, who was the PM of the research project of KINU. Thank you very much. I listened with great interest to the two presentations. So I'm going to talk about the NMP. With regard to Dr. Pyeon, in relation to NMP, I have been cooperating and collaborating with him. And I myself, I am also an expert who has been taking part in the President Committee of the Northern Economic Cooperation. So most of what has been said by Dr. Pyeon is something that I agree with. So I don't have any particular comments about any of the details that have been presented. Because most of them have been discussed between himself and myself. So I'm going to rather compliment on what has been presented. So Dr. Pyeon talked about a lot of things. He talked a lot about the projects that are being planned. They need to be implemented in a concrete manner, and economic results need to be produced in order to make NMP successful. However, in this situation, the NMP's strategic value, we need to make a reassessment of this strategic value. I think that is a fundamental step that needs to be taken. That is actually one of the key outcomes of my research. In the case of NMP, it was implemented under the Moon Jae-in administration. The Eurasian Initiative is the former version of this policy, and it was implemented in the previous administration. So for about 10 years, for the new northern region, foreign policies have been implemented. However, at present, the situation has undergone much changes. The external environment has changed, especially in terms of the following four factors. It has been touched upon previously. First of all, the competition between China and the United States is intensifying, and also the competition between Russia and the United States is intensifying as well. And as a response to that, the Chinese and Russian relationship is coming closer, and thus changes in the international relations is actually impacting the NMP. And secondly, for this past several years, the Korean Peninsula situation has seen tensions rising. There has been a peaceful period, but after the breakdown in Hanoi, the situation had deteriorated, and North Korea has engaged in nuclear development and missile test firing, and these are also factors that are impacting the NMP. And the fourth factor is the COVID-19 pandemic, the international infectious disease law, or the climate change issue, or the fine dust issue, or these radioactive pollution of the maritime oceans. So these new security issues are emerging very quickly. And These three factors are related to the external environment, but the fourth factor is that there is a presidential race election next year in Korea. This will have a very significant impact on the NMP and NSP. So through elections, when there is a change of regime in Korea, it has been the tendency of the new administrations to overturn the policies that have been implemented by the previous administration. So there is a greater uncertainty surrounding the NMP and NSP. That is the prediction. So these four environmental changes are emerging, and so we need to view these policies from a new perspective. So in my view, what's most important is that the countries that are involved in the NMP, the value of cooperation, it needs to be reassessed. I think that's the first and foremost step to take. The significance of undertaking the NMP and the reason for deepening and continuing the exchanges with these countries. If we don't have that rationale within us, if there are any difficulties or if there is any regime change, administration change in Korea, then the entire foundation can be shaken. So in the case of Russia, it is quickly emerging as a regional power, and in the denuclearization process of the Korean Peninsula, it has been an important player. So from the perspective of Korea, to ensure the stability of the Korean Peninsula and the Northeast Asia region overall, Russia is a very important country. And then there are Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, these kind of countries. These are middle power countries. Korea needs to continue to engage in foreign policies of a middle power country, and these are very important partner countries. Shanghai Cooperative Councils. These are important models for Korea to benchmark. In the case of Kazakhstan, these Central Asian countries, they are models of denuclearization. Kazakhstan has a denuclearization model, so how we can apply this into Korean Peninsula situation? What kind of lessons can we learn from these countries' experience? Very important. In the case of the three northeastern provinces of China, after the North Korean issue is resolved, they can serve as a bridgehead to enter into the Central Asian region. So creating a structures of cooperation with these regions is very important. So whether it's Russia or Central Asia, or whether it's the three northeastern provinces of China, under the rapidly changing external environment, we need to really reaffirm the strategic value of this partnership. We need to reassess this value. Only then will we be able to, pursue the NMP unshaken by any changes in the external environment. As Dr. Khan has said, only when this is done, the very much detailed and concrete projects can be undertaken in partnership with the private sector. So Korea can take the lead in creating a consultative multilateral dialogue, mechanism. For instance, Korea Central Asia consultative body can be created, a new security co-responding platform can be created, or a cooperative platform to deal with infectious disease or climate change can be created, or the Eurasia region can be subject to such partnership. And secondly, future-oriented bilateral cooperative platforms can be established in the East Economic Forum. At first, the Korean president attended. However, the level has come down, and so we do need to pay further attention to these high-level meetings. So in terms of diplomacy and in terms of defense, we need to engage in further consultation and cooperation. Engaging in youth exchanges is also another option. And using the partnership with northern countries, we can use this, leverage this as a platform to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue. Korea, Central Asia, plus consultative bodies. And within this framework, we can talk about the North Korean nuclear issues. So, leveraging the Eurasian platform, we can also address the North Korean nuclear issue involving, all the important stakeholders, not only, Japan or United States, but other stakeholders as well. So what I've just said, touches upon the changes in the external environment, reassessment of the value of the partnership, and then the detailed implementation plans. So when we pursue all of these important items in a very composed manner, I think we will be able to produce very concrete results. Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다, 이 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Thank you very much for the very helpful policy proposals. So I'd like to now give a chance for our two speakers to give their last comments, but we do want to open up the floor for any questions or comments from the floor. President Ko or Dr. Cho, any comments to add? If not, well, it is 3:51 right now, so I'm going to give each speaker 2 minutes each, and then for the remaining points, you can just deliver that to us by note, and we will try to reflect that in our project. So thank you very much to our 4 discussants for the excellent assessment and comments. But with regards to Professor Evi Fitriani's suggestions and comments, well, whether we've pursued NSP or whether it's criticism about NSP, I mean, the comments can be all agreed upon by those who are interested in the NSP issue. So we're going to have to continue to expand and develop the NSP further. So Professor Fitriani had asked, among the 3 Ps, where is the most focus? And so for the Korean government, all 3 Ps are equally important. But right now, yes, it is true that there's too much focus on the economic aspect. So how are you going to overcome this current challenge? That is the task that we're faced with right now. And so that is the main message from a lot of the comments from Professor Fitriani. So there has to be more focus on the people pillar for ASEAN-Korea bilateral exchanges for cooperation to grow further, because that actually plays the foundation of even economic cooperation expansion in the future. So we need to have more longer term, more integrated, education-based human capital exchanges is very important. And there was particular emphasis on the importance of the future generation. And in fact, it's something that I and many other people who are interested in sustainability of NSPs are trying to work for. We agree with that. And that was my comment for Dr. Fitriani. And the professor or Dr. Choi Jung gave us a lot of good questions. So how are we going to transform NSP into a regional strategy? In fact, in 2017, when NSP was announced versus right now in 2021, there's been a lot of changes that have happened in the environment. So these are new questions that have emerged in that process. So KINU right now is engaging in a project to try to address this issue. And we are having this international conference for that very reason also. So the NSP becoming a regional strategy, I think there's definitely an attempt for that development or the transformation. As Professor Lee Kai-shang has mentioned, the relations among the regional countries surrounding the Korean Peninsula. And if you look at the current situation, the current environment is not making it easy for NSP to be transformed into regional strategy. So connection with the Indo-Pacific strategy of the other countries, yes, that's important. And Professor Lee Kai-shung also talked about the NSP and the connection with the One Belt One Road initiative of China. There's that constant demand from China. And so I think this is an important point that we need to consider. Well, there are some demands from South Korea. So whether it's US-China rivalry or US-Russia rivalry, under the current environment of great power competition, since Korea has become a global leader or a developed country, it's now receiving making new demands. It is being asked to play new roles. And so this NNP reassessment, and we need a reassessment of NSP as well. But so if we're going to make that to a sophisticated regional strategy, the partner countries and the regional countries, how are we going to connect our NSP with all of these neighboring countries in this region? That's something that we need to think about. And the KINU project also talks about that. It deals with this topic also. So Korea-led initiatives do exist. And so we have to work on developing this further, as Professor Lee Kai-sheng had mentioned. So yes, the vision, we have a rosy picture in terms of vision, but then the unstable security situation on the Korean Peninsula does not make it easy for us to fulfill that vision. And so changes in inter-Korean relations and in enhancing the status of the NSP and NNP, herein lies the key to changing this policy into a regional strategy. So in that respect, this international conference has contributed greatly to leading in this discussion. Thank you.
So I'll be very brief. At the beginning of my presentation, I was not able to thank President Ko and Dr. Chung, and also the moderator of this session, Professor Huang, and also I would like to express my thanks. I would like to thank KINU for inviting me today. And so let me give my comments. With regards to, although it was a comment related to NSP, while listening to these comments, the Central Asia experts, I think they would be making similar comments. The people-to-people association and the education, emphasis on the education, I all agree with them. And as Dr. Chen noted, the partner countries, their demand-based policy, their need-based policy is very important. So in the course of implementing policies, it's very important to really take into consideration the needs of the partner country. And Dr. Lee Kai-sheng, with regards to NNP and NSP, he has a very clear understanding about these policies. And although within NNP, China is included, but only the three northeastern provinces are included, and China does not actually take up a large portion of these policies. And so I do agree with what he said, and also his recommendation at the very end, linking the One Belt, One Road policy with NNP. Well, yes, actually that expression is included in the outcome statement of the summit meeting. So between Chinese One Belt, One Road policy and NNP, linkages will be established. The need for such linkages has been raised, and that cooperation will be undertaken in third countries as well as in the three northeastern provinces. So yes, we will pay note, and as Professor Lee noted, in order for the NNP to become really sustainable, the value of this partnership needs to be reassessed to the general public as well and to the policymakers. If this value is indeed brought home, then even when there is an administration change, these policies can be continued. Thank you very much for those valuable comments. We will try to incorporate all of your insights into the policies.
So we have 1 minute remaining. So let me summarize in 1 minute. So the core code of the East Asia, Northeast Asia plus plan of the Moon Jae-in government is, I believe, the NSP and the NNP. So Korea should become a player that takes on more active role. And the plan is that we want to make the NSP and the NNP part of our diplomatic efforts to contribute more to the international community. And this will be the biggest difference with the previous administration. So except for the North Korean nuclear issue, if we're going to have some diplomatic achievements, and that will be the NSP and the NNP. And our diplomatic creativity and in our roles, so more is being demanded of South Korea. And so it's important for us to engage in multilateral economic integration efforts in this broad picture of the Northeast Asia plan. We have to ensure that there is connectivity with the NSP and NNP, and there is full implementation. So as the two wings of our diplomatic efforts, we hope that the NSP and NNP will be fully implemented to reap great results. I'd like to thank all the participants for participating in the session. We will conclude with a round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much. So we were able to listen to various opinions and views from not only Korean experts, but also overseas experts on the NSP and NNP. So thank you very much for your participation with this. We will conclude the first session of our conference. We will take a short break, after which at 4:10, we will begin session 2. So see you soon. Thank you.
예, 드디어 이제 두 번째
So it's time for us to begin session 2 of the KINU International Conference on New Southern and Northern Policy.
라운드 테이블입니다.
Session 2 is a roundtable.
예, 두 번째 세션
So we will now begin session 2 of the KINU hosted International Conference on New Southern and Northern Policy. Session 2 is a roundtable.
우리가 다섯 분을 모셨고요.
We have 5 panelists from Russia, Singapore, Australia, Canada, and Korea.
신남방, 신북방 이렇게
And we will be looking into the new Southern and Northern policies. And they are the leading experts on this policy, so they'll be sharing with us great insight. In session 1, we heard from Indonesia and China experts on this new policy. So I was watching session 1, and a lot of thoughts came to my mind as I was listening to the discussion earlier. But anyhow, I'm going to call out the names of our panelists, so please greet us. We have Victoria Panova, Vice President for International Relations from Far Eastern Federal University. Are you with us?
Yes,
I don't
hello.
think-
예, 안녕하세요. 예. 그리고 윌리엄 충
Next, we have William Chung, who is a senior fellow at ICS Yusof Ishak Institute. Hello.
Yes, hi. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon.
그리고 닉 비슬리
Next, we have Nick Bisley from La Trobe University in Australia. He's the Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Hello, Dean Beasley.
Good evening from Australia. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
캠퍼스가 아주 멋있네요.
You have a wonderful campus there.
그리고 예, 딘 울렛
We have Vice Director Dean Ouellette, who is from the Institute for Far Eastern Studies at Gyeongnam University. He is here with us on site. Hello.
그리고 예,
And we have a leading Japanese Studies professor, Nam Gi-jung of Seoul National University is with us. Hello, I am Nam Gi-jung. So our 5 panelists, I'd like to welcome you all avidly, and we'll now have time to listen to the opinions of our 5 panelists. And we have until 5:40 for our session, so we have 90 minutes remaining.
예, 10분부터 시작했으니까
Since we began at 4:10, maybe we have just 80 minutes remaining. So I'm going to give each panelist 10 minutes each to begin with. And then after the first round of 10 minutes each, we will have more discussions. Session 1 was delayed a little bit, and so our time for this session is a bit shorter, so please be brief. We'd like to invite Vice President Victoria Panova on your discussion on the NNP, New Northern Policy of South Korea. So 10 minutes, please, Vice President Panova.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's a great pleasure and great honor for me to be part of this conference, and I hope we'll have a very fruitful discussion ahead of us. I heard, sorry I wasn't from the very beginning, but I heard some of the conference, and I was really enjoying previous panelists, and we are now on different sides, most of us, in different countries, behind our computers mostly, but I hope we will sooner than later overcome the pandemic and be able to meet in person, because definitely what constitutes half of the success of the conference is not only exchange of views, but also exchange of views unofficially during the breaks. And so we miss this a lot. But back to what I have to talk about. We've been celebrating 30 years of diplomatic relations establishment, and there are some results. It's very right time for us to look into those results this year already, and to see what were their outcomes and initial influences of their new northern policy coming from South Korea. Notwithstanding heavy influence of COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that in all areas of life, our two countries have continued to cooperate. We managed to keep the momentum. And earlier we saw concrete projects that were ongoing. In fact, we had just a month ago an Eastern Economic Forum. It was held offline. We even had some Korean businessmen coming. Unfortunately, not as many as we wanted, but nevertheless, we had them present and we had them talking to our Ministry of the Forest and Arctic Development and to local businesses on those areas. So allow me now to, since there's short time, to jump into basic areas that I want to cover without going into much detail. So first of all, what is important? As I said, our relations continue evolving and NNP bears fruit. And we now live in very turbulent times. We have Russia and United States not in a very good conditions. But at the same time, although relations between those two powers are not at their positive peak, and Republic of Korea is an ally of United States, it doesn't mean that it's not really influencing our relations and doesn't hamper projects between the two. This is very welcome. Korea takes, I remember one of their previous speakers at the session talked about needing of more independence for South Korea and its foreign policy. Indeed, probably something like this, those demands or those, let's say, wishes are true, but at the same time, I should note, even with that approach, Korea does take more balanced approach within Western solidarity. And we, like Korea and Russia, don't have irreconcilable divergences on our respective interests, nor ideological or historical problems like there are between certain Asian members. We have generally positive image of each other, and this in fact helps the NNP to go further. We had visa-free regime introduced back in 2014, and it really increased the tourist flow between the two. Especially before the pandemic, we had a number of young people coming a lot to see Vladivostok. In summer, we had up to 70 flights between Vladivostok and Seoul per week. It's it's a lot. I think it's, well, it's probably slightly less than what we have between Moscow and St. Petersburg. And so it's a really good figure. It's like 40 in winter out of the season, but still it's quite intensive. And this offered a new momentum for cultural immersion. We have Russian language rather popular to be taught with Koreans, and at the same time their teaching of Korean language in Russia is on the rise. We have a number of projects not only with the Korean fund, for example, if we talk about FEFU, but also with Korean universities. And I can tell you that this year FEFU had the largest number of, and it's a record number of students who chose Korean language as their first language this year. And it's the highest number out of all the Russian universities. And it's also almost twice as high than the students who chose Chinese or Japanese this year. So I think this shows quite a good dynamic. But what needs to be done, and this is where I would be hoping for the officials who are present and listening to our conference, that this needs to be further developed, because we have it, we produce good results, we offer good specialists with good knowledge of each other's language and culture, but they need to know where to go. And I have the statistics that unfortunately only about 10% of those who go to Korean studies or Russian studies would be able to find proper job using their skills. And that is why we need to promote further economic projects and startups in order to allow our countries to sustain and also to use specialists that we prepare. What is also important, both countries share adherence to diplomatic means of managing international problems and conflicts. And there was also discussion at the earlier session on their nuclear problem and the Korean Peninsula. And I think we do have a lot of approaches that could be seen as similar. We support further expansion in the areas of culture, sports, tourism. I think there was also discussion on their development of healthcare cluster in Vladivostok, and as you know, FAFU has a good medical center, and I myself was a witness and also participant of a number of negotiations when Korean companies and Korean medical centers and hospitals would be coming. Indeed, there's still this legislative limitation that we have, but there is a huge potential in this area, and Korea does have knowledge, does have advanced technologies and advanced methods which could be shared, and Russia has its own strong sides where we could be combining our efforts together, which is especially important with the times of COVID-19, but also unknown times when we have other illnesses, including infectious diseases present and rising, when all the efforts and all the strength are directed towards COVID-19, we have to see what we can do elsewhere. At the same time, when we talk about 9 bridges policy in NNP, I think a lot of the potential remains unrealized. If we look at our bilateral economic relations, Russia occupies only like 11th or 12th place as Korea's trade partner. Republic of Korea remains on the 6th place. Like trilateral infrastructure projects remain unrealized, the ones that involve DPRK, like railway or gas pipelines. And they mentioned in Korean Industrial Park in Nadezhdinsk is yet too early to evaluate. It yet needs to bear fruits, because unfortunately we saw that quite a number of projects, they're long talks, but until we really see the outcome, I would not be way too optimistic on seeing what comes out of it. The same concerns ROC Russia Fund. So all in all, we don't have major conflicts or major divergences that could be stumbling our cooperation. We have a desire to implement cooperation. But unfortunately, we continue talking about the huge potential without speedily implementing into life. And I think this is something both our business and our governments, both governments, need to take into account in order for this potential to finally go into concrete results, rather than continue talking that those projects are in their process of discussion. We need to finally start and do them without further ado. Thank you so much.
예, 환호가 부장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So the problems that were inherent in the RK-Russia relationship, a lot of potential, but the actual implementation has some limitations that was noted. And Russia is rather proactive, more proactive, but Korea appears rather more passive from the point of view of Russia, I think. So Russia's perspective has been made known to us again. Thank you very much.
And we will give you a chance to speak further during the second round. Next, I would like to invite Dr. William Chung from ICS for his presentation on peace and the politics of positioning. So the politics of positioning, I think, will be very meaningful part. So please go ahead, Dr. Chung, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much again to KINU for inviting me to this seminar. As you can see from my Zoom backdrop, is a picture I took when I was last in Seoul pre-COVID. So I wish I was there. I understand I only have 10 minutes, so I'll try not to speak at Singaporean speed and try to get to the points. So I think it's quite clear that the ROK's new southern policy it deserves to be encouraged and lauded, given the very strong ties between the ROK and Southeast Asia. I think we all kind of know the statistics about the ties between Southeast Asia and the ROK. Since the launch of the New Southern Policy in 2017, a lot of tangible targets have been achieved. 15 million visitors between the ROK and ASEAN, trade at about US 200 billion. And of course, your president has visited all 10 ASEAN countries. And ASEAN has obviously been put on the same priority as all kind of four major powers that are joining the ROK, which is China, Japan, Russia, and well, kind of the United States. And of course, the ROK is, of course, an arms exporter to Southeast Asia, with sale of corvettes to the Philippines Navy and the submarines to Indonesia. And of course, the ROK has endorsed the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which emphasizes all the good stuff, inclusivity, cooperation, centrality of ASEAN. I think what I'd like to say is that it's very easy to pick kind of the similarities between the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and the new Southern Policy in terms of prosperity and kind of people-to-people exchanges. It's very easy to stress on kind of the economic and trade dimensions of the relationship, which are already strong. And it's very easy to talk about the people dimension in terms of the social, cultural elements of the relationship between the ROK and Southeast Asia, because I mean there's an intrinsic magnetism and inclination between the ROK and Southeast Asia to operate, in the area of prosperity and people. But if I can be so bold, I think that Seoul has to think wider when it comes to the new Southern Policy, to not just focus on the prosperity element, but also to not just focus on the prosperity and people element, but to focus on your so-called peace element. And I think peace is, of course, the obverse, of security, and security is kind of synonymous with kind of stability. And when I talk about stability, I think Seoul really needs to contribute to the broader conversation, if you like, about the rules-based order and and contribute to the so-called free and open Indo-Pacific strategy that's being advocated by Australia, Japan, India, and the United States. And I know we don't have enough time here, but there are all the sensitivities of Seoul being a close military ally of the United States and a very close partner of China, and the sensitivities involved in actually Seoul coming out openly to endorse the free and open Indo-Pacific. But I seriously think that if Seoul wants to be taken seriously in Southeast Asia and the wider region, sometimes you have to open up the lens wider, not just only to focus on the threat to your north, but also to think about some of the broader kind of debates about the geopolitical landscape that is present today. What I like to say is I like to talk about the State of Southeast Asian survey that is released by my institute every year, which assesses kind of about the attitudes of about 1,000 Southeast Asians towards the other major powers that have involvements in Southeast Asia. So I'm afraid to say that if you are looking for the numbers about how the Republic of Korea fares in Southeast Asia, I'm afraid that the conclusion is that new Southern policy needs a lot of catching up to do. To be fairly blunt about it, I'll just go through some of the statistics with you. In terms of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, only 5% of the survey respondents deemed the ROK to have provided the most help to Southeast Asia during the pandemic. The leaders obviously they are China, the United States, Japan, the European Union, and Australia. And in terms of political strategic influence in the Southeast Asia, only 0.3% of the survey respondents deemed the ROK to have the most strategic weight in Southeast Asia. I mean, that's kind of obvious, given that the countries that are deemed to have the most strategic weight are China, the United States, and Japan. So these statistics does show us that a lot of times Seoul, I know Seoul really tries hard in terms of trying to advocate and push forward the new Southern policy. But I think if you speak to kind of the man in the street about which of the major powers have the most kind of bandwidth in their mind, the usual suspects will always show up. I think another statistic is there was a question about if ASEAN were to seek out third parties to hedge against the uncertainties of US-China strategic rivalry, who is your most preferred and trusted strategic partner for ASEAN? The top trusted partner was the European Union at about 40%, followed by Japan with 39%, and Australia in third place, a distant third, 7.5%, and India at 6.6%. The ROK was ranked in fifth place with 3.2%. So I think there's ways to go. I mean, maybe you need to try harder to jump 2 places ahead of Australia. I'm not sure what our friend Nick Disley has to say about that, but that there certainly needs to be a bit more attention placed on this. The next point I'd like to make is that basically Seoul needs to participate in the bigger debates in the Indo-Pacific. And I think it has to try to find a way of entry into the kind of initiatives that the United States is advocating in the region, whether it be the Quad or the free and open Indo-Pacific. And I think one possible area that has been explored and is being explored between the ROK and the US is in the area of securing the supply chain for semiconductors and the development of next generation mobile networks. Another area is in climate change. And we all know that in the recent in-person meetings of the Quad in Washington on the 24th of September, the Quad has announced the development of a green shipping network and a clean hydrogen partnership. So what I would suggest actually is that Korea can follow the path of Vietnam in the sense that Vietnam also has its own concerns about expressing open support for the Quad and the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy. But this has not stopped Vietnam actually with pursuing closer defense and diplomatic ties with individual members of the Quad. Take, for example, just 2 weeks ago, I believe, when Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in Hanoi, trying to bolster the Sino-Vietnamese relationship, Vietnam also hosted the Japan defense minister, and the two countries signed a defense partnership for the import of Japanese defense technologies into Vietnam. And more importantly, the two countries expressed support for what are essentially Indo-Pacific or free and open Indo-Pacific principles, which are maintaining freedom of navigation and overflight, adherence to international law, and including UNCLOS. And so I think that, if Seoul wants to really contribute to the debate, there are various ways of you kind of flying under the Chinese radar, if you like, and actually making a tangible contribution to the debate that we see in the region today. I'll leave it at that, and I thank you very much.
예, 고맙습니다. 충분히.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chung. You were right on time. You spoke for 10 minutes. So in Korea, in the past, we used to use sticks to punish the children. And we said that this is, we are punishing the children, but this is out of love. And in listening to Dr. Chung's presentation, I was thinking that the government officials of South Korea who are trying to pursue or implement NSP should really listen to the advice of Dr. Chung. So only 5% of the respondents of the recent CN survey cited Korea as having contributed in the fight against COVID. And also in the other questions also, it's always the EU or China or the US that is taking the lead. And Korea is only 5th in terms of the country that ASEAN would select to hedge against the Sino-US rivalry. And it is at a very low 5th place at just 3%. So I think there were very important points mentioned by Dr. Chung, and we should really take these suggestions to heart, because that should be part of our effort to draw closer to ASEAN.
So we also look forward to a presenter from Australia. We'd like to invite Nick Bisley, the Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Science from La Trobe University. Like Singapore, I think he will be speaking on the topic of NSP. So Mr. Bisley, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And like my other panelists, I send my thanks for inviting me to participate and my sorrow for not being in Seoul and meeting in person. Perhaps next year we can get together in what is one of the world's great cities. In the decades following the Sino-American rapprochement, middle-ranking powers in East Asia had a relatively easy context in which to operate. The grand bargain that China and the US had struck meant that charting a course in international affairs did not require complex navigation around competing major powers. Acceptance of US primacy by virtually everyone, China's focus on domestic development, and more importantly, a benign global environment took considerable pressure from the region's many middle powers. With Xi Jinping's more assertive approach to China's international interests and the US desire to retain its place in the region and the order which it sustains, the environment for middle powers has become much more challenging. Great power competition is an inherently risky milieu, but the complexity is compounded for many in the region who have significant economic ties to the PRC, while also depending for their security on the United States' military and alliance guarantees. Now, middle powers in the region have responded to this contested international environment in quite different ways. Australia has opted to join one side of the competition and explicitly seeks to protect the old order by cleaving even more closely to its alliance partner. But its bilateral relationship with China has suffered significant damage as a consequence. Japan has taken a similar route, but has managed the diplomatic fallout much more effectively, with both countries partnering with India and the United States in the revival and rapid energization of the Quadrilateral Security Initiative, or Quad. ASEAN countries, however, have been more cautious and tried to avoid competition and have sought what they describe as an open and inclusive order, with their ambition most clearly articulated in the 2019 ASEAN Indo-Pacific Outlook paper. The Republic of Korea has opted to chart what I think is an ambitious and challenging path. Like ASEAN, it wants to avoid being sucked into competition between great powers. And given its geography, as well as its economic and strategic interests, the risks it faces if US-China rivalry escalates are quite severe. Its new southern and new northern policies are intended to use primarily economic means to drive cooperation, advance South Korea's interests, and provide the country with the capacity to develop a more autonomous strategic policy while avoiding having to be drawn into the increasingly militarized contest between China and the United States. Now, a key plank of Korea's new foreign policy initiatives in the NSP has been a strong emphasis on ASEAN. The grouping's inclusive approach to international relations, as well as the scale and dynamism of the member states' economies and populations, make them particularly well suited to South Korea's ambitions. While it has made sense to date to focus on Southeast Asia in general and ASEAN in particular, it is important to recognize that there may be limits and indeed risks to an ASEAN-focused regional policy. While ASEAN is by far the most successful regional organization in Asia, it faces a number of very significant headwinds. Most immediately, its credibility has been severely dented by its response to the coup in Myanmar. Torn between its non-interference instincts and its more recent adoption of principles around the ASEAN community, it took 6 months for the organization to formally respond. And while key external interlocutors maintain support for ASEAN centrality to the regional response, their frustration and that of many within the grouping is palpable. ASEAN's greatest asset is its ability to maintain the solidarity of its members and the sense of centrality of the organization to their respective foreign policies. It's increasingly clear that many key Southeast Asian states, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines chief amongst them, no longer place quite the same premium on the organization as in the past. Finally, and perhaps most tellingly, given the Republic of Korea's approach to the region, great power competition is providing impetus to regional collaboration outside of the ASEAN context. The Quad and the recently announced AUKUS Pact, the Australia-UK-US agreement, make clear that geopolitics is animating a new style of and form of security cooperation that further illustrates the limits of the 10-nation club. Hitching South Korea's foreign policy wagon to ASEAN presents some very real risks that the country's strategy will be suboptimally organized due to the declining influence of the 10-nation Southeast Asia grouping. Now, the fact that an institution that was established to wall off Southeast Asia from Cold War geopolitics is being badly buffeted by the return of great power competition raises the larger question about the plausibility of being able to craft a strategic policy for a country of South Korea's stature that avoids that great power competition altogether. Both northern and southern strategies are almost entirely focused on economic matters, particularly to do with development broadly understood. Now, this is intended to play to the Republic of Korea's particular strengths in these domains, but also to keep the complexity of great power competition at arm's length. The challenge that Korea will face, and one that will escalate over time, is that it is likely that Sino-American competition will interfere with these endeavors. The competition about infrastructure that was prompted by China's Belt and Road Initiative, and which led to the Blue Dot Initiative in response and a range of other actions from the US and its allies, is indicative of the way in which this is playing out. US-China competition is becoming a full spectrum contest. Technologies such as 5 and 6G telecommunications, AI, and digital payments are already part of this, and it is likely to spread across many further domains. As a result, efforts to avoid competition altogether through policies that carve out a space free from geopolitical contest are likely to reduce Korea's influence, not increase it. More broadly, the idea that a country with the Republic of Korea's importance in the regional economy, its geographic location, and its political system and culture can remain aloof from a competition that is not only about spheres of influence and institutions of regional order, but about political systems and universal values is, in my view, implausible. As such, South Korea will need to develop a grand strategy that is intended not to avoid the geopolitical and geoeconomic contours of contested Asia, but to respond to and help shape that competitive environment. In the new Northern and Southern policies, South Korea has developed innovative approaches to foreign policy that speak to national strengths and have made important inroads in those key areas. However, unless they are adjusted to take the challenge of a contested regional order face on, they will provide diminishing returns for the country's long-term interests. The policies provide a clear platform on which to build, but political, strategic, and geo-economic dimensions have to be developed and given priority so that the country can shape the regional order and better advance its interests within it. The region has entered a period of intense competition, as I said, not just about spheres of influence and military power and advanced dual-use technology, but about the forms of political and social order that will shape the lives and welfare of the region's peoples for decades to come. To act as if that is not occurring is not only counter to South Korea's interests, it puts at risk the values and forms of politics that have been so crucial to the country's success. I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you.
예, 학장님 감사합니다.
So thank you very much. So yes, I think we are being applied with a more harsher stick compared to the previous session. Yes, I think the AUKUS development has been incorporated into your presentation, and Mr. Chung has talked about this, but the NSP that focuses on prosperity in the context of the intensified Sino-American competition, can it be really separated from this area of security? I think that was the gist of Mr. Disley's presentation. And he also talked about the status of ASEAN, how because of the intensified competition, the influence of ASEAN is declining. And so in this context, with regards to Korea's NSP, I think he gave us a lot of bitter medicine about our policy implementation. So maybe cracking the Columbus egg, NSP, NMP, you do understand the intentions and purpose, but I think a lot very important insights were provided about these policies.
So we have one speaker from overseas who is here on site with us. We have Vice Director Dean Ouellette. He is Canadian, right? So we will have a Canadian perspective on Canada is also a very important country in the Asia-Pacific era. And so he's going to speak from the Canadian perspective on the NSP and NNP of South Korea. 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cho. Let me start by saying it's an honor to be here. I'd like to thank the conference host and organizer, the Korean Institute for National Unification, for inviting me to participate. It's an honor actually to be with these many distinguished panelists. Now, I was asked at the beginning actually to read and review the papers that were presented actually in the first panel and just share my thoughts on South Korea's new Northern and new Southern policies, plus under the Moon Jae-in administration. So I've used those readings kind of as a springboard or a trigger, and it's given me just kind of an opportunity to collect initial reactions and form some general opinions, which I will share with you. But what I've kind of done this also from a perspective adapted mainly from peace building and leadership. And my focus will be more on the kind of the education and cultural areas, because I figured this may add a little bit more nuance and variety to the discussion, which I had assumed from the other panelists would definitely focus a lot more on the economics and security sphere and those dimensions of the policy. And I think we'll find, or at least I find now, that some of my views also may kind of echo what Dr. Evie Fitriani had mentioned in the first session. So I'll start. I'll go with this, and I'll be talking kind of mainly from broadly, and my comments will be made kind of in a broad sense. I won't be going into too many specifics. And kind of first of all, one of the things I want to emphasize before I get into all of that, I know this panel it talked about looking at these two policies in a international order, a cooperative international order. So I think at first, for me, it was important to look back at what was needed, or to understand some of the background and why these policies came about. And it was built on kind of a need to diversify and maybe hard lessons that Korea learned. And in part, this was South Korea's desire, the new Northern policy and the new Southern policy, to capitalize on its middle power ambitions, to be more autonomous. And especially within that, to pursue Seoul's desire and need to diversify its external economic relations. And first, why? Well, going way back to 2008, I think the financial crisis with the United States, that had a global impact, and that was a real alarm bell for South Korea. And while I'm a Canadian, and maybe I don't know if I'm speaking so much from a Canadian perspective, I've been here on the peninsula for an awful long time. But that was a real alarm bell. And there was, just coming into the South Korean media and seeing that, there was a lot of questions about US commitment to the region and US economic leadership globally. A second point, of course, was South Korea's decision to deploy in 2016 the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, which ultimately brought with it some hard lessons about its neighbor China. And China's retaliatory measures hit South Korean companies especially hard, forcing some to pull out of the Chinese market. But also right here on the peninsula too, where South Korea had been really developing a leisure society and tourism market since the Kim Dae-jung administration. The more and more the Chinese flows were really helping to stimulate that, and that was curtailed heavily by Beijing, and that hurt a lot of businesses here in South Korea. So there was a real need in some of these policies for South Korea to put its eggs in different baskets, at least economically. And I think with the global COVID pandemic and since 2022 and the ensuing economic crisis that we've been feeling, seeking such diversification seems more important now today. And so, in a sense, I think Korea was always on the right road going forward. But as other panelists have mentioned, we're in a very different or evolving kind of environment. And I'm wondering if it's not so much a cooperative international order, but we've been moving in different directions than that. There seems to be, these less cooperative tendencies. There's less sense of community, and instead we seem to be sliding more, at least in Asia, into a Cold War 2.0. The US-China rivalry is becoming more competitive, hostile, and it's creating more uncertainties for South Korea, which has always been caught in the great power rivalries. And I fear, at least at the political level, Korea is going to be forced to kind of choose sides at some point, get more active, get more involved, but it's going to, if not choose sides, articulate its choices more clearly. What are your values in particular? And personally, as a democracy, I would hope that South Korea chooses to articulate outwardly and demonstrate its backing of values of human rights, rule of law, free trade, multilateral cooperation, and inclusiveness, which are areas, some of these areas, as one of the presenters had mentioned in their paper, that Korea has not scored highly in some of these areas on certain surveys. But I think there will be expectations from some of its traditional partners in this regard, and in particular from countries in Southeast Asia. But kind of getting to my kind of the point I want to make and want to emphasize a little bit more, I'm going to shift gears to more the people aspect of the policies. And in my perspective, South Korea will continue to promote kind of a peace or people-centeredness, prosperity and peace through its policies. And that may be part of kind of the evolving and ongoing Korean identity, actually. But to do so, it still needs to focus on the people in its policies towards in the new Southern policy and the new Northern policy. And what do I mean by this? And so I like to think of leadership also, it drives prosperity and peace, but we need to look at this more from kind of a peace building perspective as well. So I've kind of adapted that. And so when I say that, when I did my readings, I partially reviewed and analyzed these policies from that perspective. And by leadership, it's broken down into kind of components. We have the top level, and then you have the mid-range level, and then you have the grassroots. And so I took an approach of reading and looking at the policies from that. So without getting into too many really numbers or anything, but I said looking at the top level, I'd assess that to a large degree, I think South Korea had some successes. And in particular, and most importantly, President Moon made a promise to officials in ASEAN to make official visits. And he was able to accomplish that and do that actually by the fall of 2019. And I think that's something that previous South Korean presidents haven't done. Also, something like the NSP, that was considered one of his signature policies. And that's something very new for South Korea to do. So I think he has to be commended for that. He was directing a lot of resources and substantial resources and policy efforts to advancing the NSP and the NNP. At the mid-range, again, not too much detail there, but we had the presidential committees for both that were set up. They included a lot of civilian member levels on those committees. And I think there was a lot of interaction with the other countries bilaterally and in some multilateral settings, and in different respects. So in certain respect, I think on that platform, there was also some achievements and successes. But for the grassroots, there was, I think, I'd appreciate a little bit more actually data on this. I would have appreciated that in the papers when I read them. But the parts on stimulating two-way cultural exchanges in education, well, that was one of them, and that's for both policies. And I'd like to kind of, we have activities on the cultural front. We're said to have increased Korean language training in Sejong institutes and so forth. But how much of that activity actually occurred? What was the impact of these activities? And I fear that some of these exchanges may have been more one-way dissemination of Korean culture rather than the two-way exchange. It may be different from country to country, but that's one of my worries. And I think this may have been a criticism in some of the other papers I've read and some of the other studies I've read. But I want to highlight one thing from Professor Chae Kyung-hee. She mentions on her comments on the new Southern policy. And that was that economic and human exchanges have significantly improved in ASEAN and India. And that's a good point for South Korea, and that's positive. And so I want to emphasize that. And that's the direction I think South Korea still needs to go, but I fear most of that may have been occurring just at the top and mid-level. I think a key criticism also made was that, and I'll highlight this statement, a more fundamental approach to the NSP has not been considered at all, such as improving the lives of ASEAN citizens who currently reside in Korea or raising public awareness on ASEAN. So that's one thing. In one respect, the grassroots level needs more attention. It needs more effort and resources and devoted to it. It needs to be integrated a little bit better into the policies, engaging those foreign populations outside, but also inside of Korea is important, as will engaging South Korean public, particularly the youth. And that will be important for improving South Korea's image abroad and its policies. As one presenter mentioned, in Indonesia, you'd be hard pressed for anybody to realize or know what that new Southern policy was and what it was about. And another kind of related point I want to raise here is this, and that's, today we see the Korean, culturally, globally, there's a lot of appeal for it. We've mentioned, BTS and the popularity of that, and then Squid Game, another cultural product that has taken the world by storm. And these are soft power assets and cultural assets that have appeal, which is something that really they didn't have 20 years ago, and not when I came. And this is something that Korea also has to build on. But what surprised me, though, despite that kind of appeal, South Korea still lags behind countries like Japan and the EU, the United States, and several others, even Australia, as a preferred tourist destination for many of these countries in Southeast Asia. And also, it's not a preferred or it doesn't score highly as a preferred destination for study. And so why is that? I think that's something that needs to really be kind of uncovered, because that surprises me, having lived here and seeing how Korea has, become one of the world's major economies. It's a modern high-tech infrastructure, tech-savvy people and society, growing leisure and tourism facilities, high literacy rate, high percentage of citizens that hold a degree in higher education, yet it's not an education destination. And so something more needs to be done to improve that image of Korea as well as we move forward. So I think my initial reaction overall to the policies from a kind of a people-to-people level, I think the Moon administration has done a good job. They've made concerted efforts to improve the connections. There may have been concerted efforts to do the networking that we'll need and that will need to be done to support these policies, hopefully going forward, because as one of the other presenters mentioned as well, one of the, I think it was in the first panel, one of the problems Korea will face is the change of administration. And that comes in spring of 2022. And so you want to build the foundation with through education, through culture, through connecting at the grassroots level as well, and the mid-level of leadership to help provide some kind of foundation for sustainability of these policies going forward. I think I will stop just right there.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So you've been in Korea for about 20 years now, and so you understand the different aspects of Korean society. And I did give you a few more minutes for your information, so thank you. Next, we'd like to go on to the Japanese perspective. And we had the Kishida cabinet that has been launched recently. And we have a leading expert on the Japanese studies in Korea, who is Professor Nam Gi-jung of Seoul National University. So you have 10 minutes, Professor.
Thank you very much. The NMP, NSP, in discussing these policies, the perspective of Japan. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to expound the perspective of Japan on these subject matters. So from the point of view of Korea, when talking about NMP and NSP, the Japanese issue is not much talked about. However, Japan, this perspective is also something that I find is worthy of examination. And so in that respect, I do express my gratitude to KINU for inviting me. But at the same time, I think you might have found it rather burdensome to invite a Japanese to talk about this subject. So that's the reason why perhaps I was invited. But maybe what about I am about to present to you might be a bit softer than what could have been the comments of a Japanese. Anyway, as a scholar studying the Japanese affairs, from the perspective of emphasizing the need to understand the Japanese perspective, let me deal with this topic. I'm going to talk about NSP first, and then if time allows for it, I will deal with NMP as well. So NSP actually, Japan has looked at the Indo-Pacific area before we did, and they have engaged in proactive diplomacy in this region up until now. And so in that respect, the NSP and the in the Pacific region, the US, Japan's moves, is it really consistent? Are these two really consistent? Maybe that can lead to some doubts. And so a speculative perspective is possible, but I do think that these two issues can be engaged in a cooperative relationship. So the reason why I think so is for two reasons. I would like to present two keywords in this regard. First, the European factor. We need to think about this. The European factor and the US-Japan alliance. And the Taiwanese factor. And the China-Japan relationship is something that we need to consider. In the case of the US-Japanese alliance and the European factor, after Biden administration took office, what is happening in this region is, and the moves that is being made by Japan is that the relationship with European countries is being proactively pursued by Japan. Of course, even before the Biden administration, with regards to UK and France, Japan has been very eager to develop relations with these countries. But more recently, they're seeking a much more closer relationship with these two countries. And if you look at my presentation, page 65 in Korean and 72, page 72 in English, the reasons are explained in these pages. Traditionally, the relationship with UK and France, and recently with Germany and Netherlands as well, a close relationship is being sought after by Japan. So in this situation, Japan's view of US-China and the Sino-American competition, well, the new Cold War, or rather than seeing as a bipolar world, I think their view is more closer to a multipolar view. And Japan is moving in that direction as well, toward a more multipolar world. So they believe that multipolar world order will be accelerated. When Japan is not satisfied as a subordinate of United States, but it is interested in having more independence in terms of foreign policy. And there are a lot of people who talk about a new Cold War, but yes, there is a possibility of such confrontation, but like in politics, in ideology, in culture, in all aspects of our lives, one-on-one, a face-off between the two superpowers, that likelihood is actually low. So there is confrontation and conflict, but there is also areas of cooperation being undertaken by the two powers. And so, so it is in these areas of cooperation that Japan is focusing on. The second factor is Taiwan. Kishinobu, who is a rightist, defense minister of Japan, and the defense white paper was issued under his leadership, and a very firm position is being expounded upon regarding Taiwan. However, concerns are being expressed, and concerns are being expressed in a more structural manner in Japan about this issue. And Abe, behind his rhetoric, he had always been, very much concerned about a good relationship with China. In the case of Suga, Prime Minister Suga, Asia version of NATO, he was, very much opposed to such an idea. And the reason for that is because of the Japanese doubts about U.S. security engagement concerning Japan. How firmly U.S. will defend Japan was a source of skepticism. And so that is the reason for such a double or dualistic position. And United States tried to draw in Japan into its fold, and joint statement that came out from the US and Japan after the summit reflects such moves by United States. Despite this, however, Senkaku Island and Island, because of this issue, Japan is rather wary of becoming too much involved in the Taiwanese issue. So, to summarize the Japanese position, yes, they do view the Indo-Pacific region basically based on the US-Japanese alliance, but it is also strengthening relationship with other countries. And rather than trying to encircle China, they would like to strengthen their own position. And their strengthening relationship with the European countries can be interpreted that light as well. So after the launching of the Kishida cabinet, such a tendency is likely to become strengthened. With regards to improving relationship with China, the current administration will be more proactive in improving relations with China compared to previous Japanese administration. With regards to the US, Korea, and Japan, the trilateral cooperation whether this trilateral cooperation is moving in the direction of a new Cold War, well, no, I don't think so. Is this a very flexible trilateral cooperation? It's not very organic like in the past. And the northern trilateral cooperation and the southern trilateral cooperation is open. It's an open cooperation, so it's different from the past. So there is a possibility of pursuing the new southern policy actively. So maybe it might be seen as a dualistic position, but we can see areas where we can take a flexible approach, and the Japanese government is taking a flexible approach as well. So we need to cooperate with Japan as a middle power, and we need to make more flexible the Indo-Pacific initiative. And within that framework, we need to pursue the NSP. I think this road is being opened for us. After the emergence of Kishi cabinet, this possibility has become enhanced. That is my conclusion. So with this, I would like to finish off the first round. Thank you very much. Professor Nam, you gave us hope about NSP and the Indo-Pacific possibility of cooperation in this area, especially this open and trilateral cooperation. That phrase, I really liked it. And
Vice Director Dean Ouellette also mentioned that the basic direction of NSP and NNP were correct. However, they have to evolve because the environment is evolving. So we have finished with the first round of the discussion. We have about 25 minutes remaining in this session. We do have some questions that we have received, as well as questions that I have prepared as well. So among the 5 panelists, is there anyone who really want to add a statement, add a comment? I can give you about 3 minutes now. I can't give all 5 panelists 3 minutes, but anyone with really something on their mind that they want to share? Anyone among the panelists who want 3 more minutes? If not, we will go on to try to address the questions. So we're going to try to address 2 questions first. First, for Dr. Nick Beasley, this question is for you.
So Professor Beasley, this question is for you. At present, China and Australia, because of the trade war between China and United States, and in China there is a severe electricity shortage. In this situation, Korea's NSP, whether it will be impacted from this situation, the Australia and Chinese conflict and its relation to the NSP, the new Southern policy. We'll give you 3 minutes to answer this question.
I think the challenge for the New Southern policy, I think, for the poor quality of the bilateral relationship between Australia and China is probably not too significant in the short term, because it's, you know, the difficulty China and Australia has is very much a function of each other's decisions. It's relatively contained, and in particular, I mean, the Chinese government have made clear that there's a set of decisions the Australian government has made in relation to things like Chinese investment in Australia, in relation to foreign interference laws and the like, that's really at the heart of it. So it's very much a bilateral dispute, and it has, the Chinese government has taken some efforts to try to distinguish it from its broader relationship with the US and others. But the Biden administration has said, and we haven't seen whether this will back its words with deeds, but it has said it will support Australia and put pressure on China for China to ease off on the tariff pressures that we're experiencing. And really the only tool that's got to do that is in relation to the US-China trade conflict. And if that happens, you know, if you begin to see a spiraling sort of trade conflict that is not just a bilateral one, but it's caught up in the geopolitical competition, then I think for South Korea, you'll start seeing a level of complication. And I think we're not there yet. And I think there's probably, if anything, the indications are that there looks like there's going to be some moderation in the tensions. China, for example, has indicated it may allow Australian coal to get back into the Chinese markets for, you know, the reasons that you mentioned, to do with energy problems in China. And, you know, we hear that Xi Jinping has realized the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy has not been particularly productive outside of China. And that, you know, if my sense, I think, is that we're probably at the worst point of the trade tensions, and that they'll probably be manageable in the short term. So I don't think there's going to be any spillovers at the moment for South Korea. But to link to the broader point I was making in my comments, I think the long-term trend is that economic relationships are going to become increasingly politicized. And I think whether it's the NSP, whether it's development questions, whether it's around infrastructure, I think the ability to drive cooperation and positive sort of cooperative environment in the region through focusing just on economic matters will be very difficult as that political and strategic competition begins to play a bigger part. But in terms of that, where we are now and in the short to medium term, I think Korea's NSP will probably not be affected by the bilateral tensions that Australia's got. But it's an indication of where things may go.
예, 학장님 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Dean Bisley, for your positive answer. So the Australia-China conflict right now, it is at its lowest point, and it is improving, and it is manageable. I think that is what he has mentioned. The next question is for Professor Nam Ki-jung, as expected.
Yes, it's a question related to the Kishida Fumio cabinet. So the question that I had received is, so was there an announcement that there's going to be a press conference tomorrow? Yes. So the what kind of Indo-Pacific policy will be pursued by the new cabinet and the new government? So already through the U.S., Japan, Korea dialogue, linkages with the Indo-Pacific strategy has been announced. So will this policy line be followed by the new cabinet, by Kishida? So can you, yes, provide an answer within 30 minutes? In the case of Kishida cabinet, of course, there are several different assessments, but Abe and Suga cabinet, a simple extension of the Abe-Suga cabinet, well, no, that's not my opinion. That's not my view. So I do believe we need to be cautious. Abe and Suga, especially Abe's influence. There has been moves to block such influence, and we need to read the signs very carefully. And especially among them, with regard to diplomacy, Kishida, when he entered the race for prime ministership, he emphasized three determinations related to diplomacy. First is that diplomacy, human rights, and the rule of law, order based on law. He emphasized these three items, and that Japan has a very firm conviction to defend diplomacy. And second, Japan will defend its territory. And with regards to climate change, this is a common global challenge, and they will be very proactive in dealing with these issues to defend its national interests. But there is a nuance difference in terms of nuance. So if he had been simply extending, the policy line of Abe, he would have been talking about territory first. But he talked about values of first. This is in some respects also an extension of the policy line of Abe. And he was a Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Abe administration for a long time. So it might be difficult for him to express completely different colors from the Abe administration suddenly. But he talked about the Indo-Pacific initiative along with diplomacy. He said that he will realize the Indo-Pacific strategy, and in that respect, the U.S.-Japan alliance is very important. So the emphasis and the order of things is rather different. So in the Indo-Pacific region, centering around the U.S.-Japan alliance, free democracy will be different. No, that's not the gist. Diplomacy and human rights, these basic values will be defended. Efforts will be made in that regard, and in that line, in that direction, in that context, new orders will be created in the Indo-Pacific region. And in that respect, the U.S.-Japan alliance is important. So I think it is in these aspects that the new cabinet had expressed their own views. And thirdly, climate change, environmental issues, these common global challenges were emphasized. We need to take note of this fact. In these areas, Japan had made a lot of efforts, especially the summit, the island summit. This deals directly with climate change. So unlike the past, in the Indo-Pacific region, rather than emphasizing security and diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific region, they would like to take on new global challenges, and Japan is willing to assert itself in the new areas other than the diplomacy and security arenas.
Thank you very much. So compared to the Suga cabinet, it seems that the environment is such that we can have a little bit more hope. We have 15 minutes remaining in our session. And so we have listened to the answers from two panelists. So the remaining three, Vice President Panova and Dr. William Chung and Vice Director Dean Ouellette, I will give you 3 minutes each. So in the NNP and the President Putin's new Eastern policy, I mean, it's important to find the linkage and see how they accelerate together. So the achievements, how much of an achievements have there been with regards to the new Eastern policy of Russia? So Vice President Panova, do you want to answer this for about 3 minutes?
Sure, I'll try really brief. First of all, the new Eastern policy of Russia has been in act for quite some time already. It's all long-term decisions that's been taken. For example, the creation of the special ministry, which I named earlier, the Ministry of Development of the Far East and Arctic. Also, they were created special economic zones in the area of the Far East, and a number of projects and investment projects, and attraction of foreign investors was launched with that. When we look at the situation, there's still a lot to be done, and obviously we cannot blame, for example, either Korean investors or other foreign investors for kind of being slow in some regards, because in some aspects it's also slow bureaucratic procedures on the part of Russia. The actions that's been taken, decisions taken on the new Eastern policy, they are long-term, so they would not be realized and bear fruit in like within 3 or 5 years. It will take longer in order for others to see the developed infrastructure there, the stop of the depopulation when there is much higher intense density of people living in their neighboring countries as opposed to the Russian forest. What I would say, and I think it's probably a very smart step, is their most recent initiative pronounced by Putin, which is part of their, it's not part of the Eastern policy. I would say Eastern policy could be more successful if we look at it in complex. And what I mean here is the Greater Eurasian Partnership. And first of all, this initiative will help, having such initiatives will allow for better cooperation between different interested countries that have their own initiative of the kind, like that NNP, NSP of Korea, that like that of OBOR from China. And I think integration of integrations is something that can foster and promote further projects that could be interlinked in this regard. But this will need better efforts from both sides and probably more real economic projects, more real infrastructure investment. And I liked what our Canadian professor have been talking about. We do need to look at the people-to-people context and humanitarian aspect, educational and scientific aspect, because this is something which could enhance and foster cooperation between our countries and enhance the policies both of our countries are having with regards to be right in time for fourth industrial revolution, if I answered it.
예, 고맙습니다, 부총장님.
Thank you very much, Vice President Panova. Next, Dr. William Chung, you are still connected, right? But I do want to ask you a question, which may be difficult to answer in 3 minutes. When we say Singapore, it's a leading maritime country. So from the Singaporean perspective, what are the strategies or interests in the Indo-Pacific region? Would you like to talk about that?
Yeah. Before I talk about that, if you don't mind, I'll like to address what Professor Bisley talked about AUKUS earlier. Just one point before I come to the Singapore question, if you don't mind. I think that we've definitely seen the United States taking the diplomatic initiative in the past few months. So we've seen, the FOIP being drummed out, the Quad having its in-person meeting, and of course AUKUS. Whether you agree with AUKUS or not, I think that the Americans and its Quad friends are definitely taking the initiative on the region. Whether you think that AUKUS contains China or not, it's definitely a progressive initiative. So I think that both Korea as well as Southeast Asia, as well as ASEAN, need to think seriously about how they want to plug into this initiative going forward. Talking about Singapore being a maritime. Okay, excuse me for a second. Just excuse me for a second. Hang on. Sorry for that. That's what happens when you're working at home and somebody knocks on the front door. Sorry. Yeah, sorry for that. Singapore is a maritime nation. Now, well, I would say that, you know, there was once an Indonesian president that called us the little red dot, and a lot of Singaporeans had kind of satirized and make parodies about that. So in a sense, we are a little red dot, right? I don't see. I mean, Singapore is a major shipping hub, and of course, it has probably one of the most advanced navies in Southeast Asia. But when you talk about Singapore contributing to the regional conversation when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, I think we are constrained. We can't kind of do anything outside the ASEAN universe, and so. To be really direct about it, Singapore cannot express kind of any support or direct and public support for the Quad or the free and open Indo-Pacific as is defined by the 4 members of the Quad, simply because ASEAN hasn't actually come out fully in support of the Quad or the free and open Pacific. But I think Singapore is quite wise, and I don't speak for my government, but this is my personal view. Singapore is quite wise in actually drawing out the similarities and commonalities between the free and open Indo-Pacific, as well as the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So as you can see, when it comes to issues of the South China Sea, Singapore is very strong on raising the aegis of international law, adherence to UNCLOS, you know, resolution of disputes in accordance to international law. So, and Singapore, as you know, it has, you know, when AUKUS was announced, Singapore went very public. Our foreign minister went on to say that, look, we have very good relationships with all 3 AUKUS members, whether it's Australia, the UK, and the US. And so we are happy to see how this develop and continue the conversation going forward. So that's always kind of the Singapore school of foreign policy, right? We don't actually latch ourselves to the mass of kind of any big idea, but we try to find niches in which Singapore can contribute. And that's exactly the same thing that I'm asking Korea to do. You know, you don't have to openly support any kind of grand narratives or grand strategies, but you can find your niche as and when it's appropriate. Yeah, thanks.
예, 고맙습니다, 충영부원님. 예.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chung. Next, we'd like to invite Vice Director Ulet for your closing remarks. You will have 3 minutes. So we are talking about NSP and NNP, and we are gradually expanding the target countries. Canada is an important neighbor of South Korea. So on Korea-Canadian future relations, maybe you can speak about that.
I'll just mention something kind of briefly with that. I think there's potential for Korea to do more with Canada, but I also remember in the past, back when Korea and Canada were negotiating their free trade agreement, that took forever, it seemed, and when there was a lot of negativity towards what was happening with the U.S.-Korea trade deal and the beef issue, yet Canada and Korea couldn't seem to overcome kind of what should have been a simpler process, and it took very long to do. So, but there is, I think, potential for work with Canada, but of course, part of Canadians' foreign policy will focus on human rights. That's a pillar of their policy as well. So that's something that South Korea is going to have to do better at as well when in its support of those globally. But the last thing I kind of want to just leave off with too, and this is again just to saying that I think an important thing again, and why I focused on the cultural and the education area, regardless of what happens in the security field, regardless, we can't ignore the geopolitics. Korea never could. the Cold War mentality kind of has never left Korea here too. But one thing that can happen and what needs to happen, and it can still happen in the short term moving forward, is building these linkages, building the resource, building the foundation for human resources going forward. And one thing I'd like to say that from Dr. Panova, I was very encouraged to hear of the fact that the Korean language was the top language for the Russian students in the Far East as their second language. But again, disappointing to hear that only 10% have been able to find jobs that really utilize their competencies. So again, and I know with Korea, there's been a lot of interaction with the Russian Far East, but no realization on a lot of projects. So, for something like going forward, I know the South Korean government has talked about increasing support for startups and overseas expansion. We're going to have to look at where you can do that in areas that are supporting Korea, or that are interested in really working with Korea, and that can help build that foundation, youthful foundation of human resources for the future. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다. 이제 마칠 시간이고요.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to wrap up the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. The world is moving toward a direction where transnational cooperation is becoming increasingly more important. But as has been noted today, the competition between China and United States is intensifying, and more countries are becoming more self-interested and self-centered. This is a paradoxical situation. So cooperative international order based on coexistence and cooperation, I hope that we were able to gain a lot of insights to move in that direction. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, international conferences are turning more online, and so it's much more easier to hold these international conferences. And maybe perhaps a downside of that is that these international conferences do not have enough, worthy content. But I think that was not the case for today's international conference. I think the Professor Hung did a lot of work for making today's conference a success, and he was also very much involved in our research project. And also to the president of KINU, President Ko, thank you very much for staying with us till the very end and for your support, and the KINU staff and all the panelists and all the online participants. I'd like to express my gratitude. And so I hope in the not too distant future, we will have in-person, face-to-face meeting next time. Thank you very much.